Okay, there we go. Last time, we helped an old samurai hunt down and do justice across the Orzia, as he trained us in the ways. At which we then helped him face his own sins and buried him overlooking the ocean so we can only see the sunset. Then we helped the Toto. Anyway, we helped another samurai from Kugane to stop a civil war. Which turned out to being led by her brother to overthrow the current rulers because they kinda suck. And everyone kind of agrees they really suck. But the way he was going about it would have meant it would have sucked for everyone even more. So, yeah. Not the happiest it's ever been to me doing the class quest, but it's an agreeably bad situation to be in. After that, we came to Crystarium and impressed a guy, and are now helping him hunt down one of the virtues, which is roughly where we are after he ran off, angry at us, because what's the word I'm looking for? Oh right, yeah, he's unhappy with us because we're not pulling our weight enough, apparently. This is overly dramatic music we're doing this recap too. Let's just change it to something a little chiller. But yes, our vision happened. Lena Claus is going to deck the halls with Jolly Molly. Hey, Ori. He found out that the virtue that we are hunting turned out to be what inspired him to be an archer in the first place. And we had one of our echo flashbacks, and he got a little myth that happened while we were hunting. And then he cancelled and stormed off. How are you doing, Ori? I feel that's okay. It's not the best of my recap, I admit. Well, first we're decking the halls with samurai swords. I hope you are well this 18th of December. I think it's like someone in Running Steps said we need a D&D horror story in F14. Yeah, kinda. I'm sure a talented woman like yourself is needed all over the realm. And so I thank you for sparing a moment to hear me out. It is DG. I actually really recommend doing it. It's quite fun. Since you two parted ways, Rick has come to visit me several times. Though he is blessed in good health, I worry for his spirits. I think you may have been the only friend he has had for some time. I consider a journey to Exterior myself to look on him. I find traveling rather difficult these days. If you go on my stead, it would put my heart at ease. I just want to point out my chocobo despawned as soon as I got to the "can you go in my stead?" Fluffy down wants nothing to do with Reek. Thanks to try it, by the way, DG. It's a good way of getting 1,000,000 EXP a day. And isn't it just? Nobody's customer seat is empty, and there is nothing to suggest he's occupied recently. Let's say someone will let know it's passing. Well, you're not really concerned about what the Fey Tribe quest is about. Lucia, right? You're the Reek's partner? I was a land bride, remember? Was a lot of stress because after we left you, we headed straight to Ritika. We heard a rumor Andrea was there. And land bride went to strike while the iron was hot. By the time we realized we were outmatched, it was too late. I saw land bride fall, and when that ear set our sights on the others, I fled. Call me a coward, you like, but my cowardice saved my life. Wicked white, I still remember looking back as I ran and seeing Lanny Bright rise to his feet. Told everyone what happened to warn them off the hunt. Some listened, but few bloody fools took their weapons and joined the hunt. Glory-hungry imbeciles. Not one of them has returned. Didn't expect Lurik to be one of them either. I remember thinking it odd, especially when I saw him leave for Rakika alone. You meeting him here, there? I presume? Good luck, friend. I have no doubt that you're going to your doom. In terms of attacking us, because oh, I'm not spoiling it, DG. You just go see how that goes and Pharaohs itself. Like for Master Reek, are we? I dare say you're the only one. There it is, Mummy and Daddy cut him off, so there's no point in pretending to like the little shy anymore. As I saw him, he was moping about like someone shot his arm in a row. I'm sure he'll turn up eventually. The Reek, the visceral lording? If it ain't as sad as your usual table, then I have no idea where else to look. All that needs to be understood about the Fae is that they are stronger than people realize. And probably just left at that. Now, Lahi! Ho ho ho. Alina, what are you doing here? Don't tell me you've come for me. It's terrible, it's horrible. Andrea, she's... Renda Ray, if one of you remains, then hearken to my words. I have come to lay your soul to rest, alone as you yourself face Bell and quits this intrigue on this very ground. Lambright? Oh gods, no! Don't tell me you bailed my visual passions now, didn't you? I thought as much. Wasn't but a moment ago that I confronted them. Awfully useful, that trick of yours. Though I can't understand why you keep using it every time we run into Andrea. Huh? So it wasn't something you did deliberately? Good to know. Anyway, unintentional or not, at least I won't have to convince you of what I saw. She's our Lambright and not those other hunters of the cities, like herself. A human marksman, a gallant swordsman, a dwarven healer, an elven mage. It's awfully familiar, didn't it? She's rebuilding our fellowship. She's remaking the Warriors of Light. For the life of me, I can't understand why. I mean, understand why she came here in the first place. She's reliving the hunt for Ballanqueets. But Renda Ray slew the beast by herself. The stories were clear about that. What? They were there too? Then the stories were wrong? Scott, strike me down, I've been such a fool. Why didn't I ever think that I could do this alone? I hope you can find in your heart to forgive me for all the things I said, Alina. I've regretted my behaviour ever since the day we parted. It was stupid and nonsensical and utterly pointless. I'm not sure I can even tell you why I did what I did. Thank you, my friend. I hope it's alright if I can call you that. Right then, Andrea should be around here somewhere, so I'll hunt for Ballanqueets. I expect. Not sure we'll find it. No, the Lambright and the others are there too. He and I may have had our differences. I did not wish that failed my worst enemy. He deserves to be laid to rest. They all do. Renda Ray most of all. She is my hero. And if I ever have to kill her to save her soul, then so be it. Well, it's too much even for the best hunters to handle alone. And I'm far from the best. The only way to see this through is together. You and me, my friend, what say you? I asked for a word, you give me a nod. Fair enough. Before we resume the hunt in earnest, though, let's return to Gate Town and Miss Alvara know all is well. After all, you wouldn't have come unless she sent you. I really did. I don't even know what it is entirely about Reek either. I've interacted with worse people in this game. And yes, DJ, you are making Neverland. A Neverland of dreams. Elena, what a pleasure to see you again. And the company of little Reek, no less. Am I assuming you've patched things up? I should like to think so. Yes, and it's all thanks to you. Had you not implored her to give me another chance, I might well still be staying alone in the swamps, dwelling on my own failings. And you, my friend, I know not why you sought her out on your own. I am glad you did. Miss Alvara is perhaps the only person who truly cares for my well-being. And she has no one to look after her. Don't be silly, Reek. I have you, don't I? And even before you start blabbering about how you wish you could probably reward Elena, as I can tell you, they are about to know why I prepared a hearty meal just for her. Oh, that's very thoughtful of you. Nevertheless, I shall see you both duly compensated once we have claimed the bounty for Andrea. And claim it we shall, for Rick and Relina are unstoppable, is what I would like to say. But I know my own limitations better than anyone. 'Twould be more prudent to make proper preparations at this juncture. You too should see to it that you are ready for the struggle ahead. It'll be a mighty one indeed, but one might well worth the effort, my friend. Yeah, Pasino's #1 fan got Hellraiser at least. Yeah. Elena, my friend, I trust you are ready. Good, good. That's very good indeed. But before we depart to face Andrea, for what I praise the fun of time, I have a confession to make. I may be somewhat misleading when I intimate the tremendous is of my monster power, Alice. In truth, it rather pales in comparison to your own. Uh-huh. Hey! Gather you were not unaware of this. Truly you are perceptive as you are mighty. In my defense, I must say what I realized was an exceptionally powerful warrior you really are. I was dumbstruck. I could conceive of how very broach this subject. Furthermore, I must admit that the great majority, nay, all of our efforts to hone our skill and preparations for the battle to come have been entirely for my own benefit. And the disparity between us not be so readily apparent. Thank my insecurity drove me to postpone the fateful day for so long. In my cowardice, I allowed Andrea to assemble my party of followers. Or before we might have been only content with the one foe. It was now content front 5. For all my preparations, I have, but perhaps that need not be the case. Discussing this grim reality with Miss Alvara, while you were away, we hit upon a potential stratagem. Recall you in the race grace, strength and weakness, or preternatural healing. We can reasonably discern that Andrea is possessed of it as well. Therefore, we already fashioned a device that could produce a loud noise at will. You can use it to secure an advantage to your bow. Oh god, no. What I lack in strength of arms, I may make up with guile. While it may not guarantee us victory, it will surely bring us one step closer. A thousand pardons, Master Meek, but I come to deliver a message from your Lord Father. Daddy? What's he worried now? It's come to your Lord Father's attention that you have acquitted yourself rather poorly as a bounty hunter, and have brought terrible shame upon your family name. He commands you to cease all such activities at once and return to the city forthwith. Should you fail to do so, you will be stripped of your citizenship and family name. No further financial assistance will be provided. Oh! Oh dear. You may tell my father and my mother the following. That I am the weak, proud bounty hunter, slayer of Sinitas, that I have no intention of renouncing this cause, and that they are free to do so as they deem fit. Tell them that they have no son, then I have no parents. I have no family save Miss Alvara, who has shown me more love than they ever have. Very good, Mr. Rick. I shall deliver your reply to them at once. Right. Now that that's settled, we can get out to work crafting the giant noisemaker of ours. Then I consult the craftsman of the trusted I mean at once. What I lack of strength of all, I dare say you are a fire in him, brother. I never thought I'd see the day when he must have the courage to say anything like that to his parents. What I lack of strength of arms, I'm making fun and guile. I assume you mean by that you have Colonel Guile and Speed Dial. I wouldn't mind doing a tag team with Colonel Guile, that sounds fun. Oh, I can see his Joe Cat theme. He does look like Joe Cat, doesn't he? My voice went up 2 octaves! I mean, yeah, I'm not the most consistent. Okay, they're upstairs. God, I can't remember. It's been a fucking year. I do not remember what this thing sounds like. What's all this then? You got something what needs sneaking? Indeed I do, good sir. I wish to commission the production of a device that can generate a tremendous loud sound. I must be small and light enough to be carried by a single individual as well. Ain't that one of the strange requests I've heard? Well, it's just noise you want. Then I wager we could do something of a special blend of fire sound. I think I've got the recipe you need. I'll need some choice ingredients, mind, and you'll need to go and fetch them for me. Fetch? What precisely is it that you require? Well, there's this one particular beastie native to Collusion that got a singular dye and leaves them just massive dung piles. The fresher the better, if it pleases. A few varieties of crease native to Raktika. Oh, and some iron from Amarag. I can give you the list if you like.
So what? I will need to travel the far corners of North Randa back. Oh dear. This is rather more than involved than I... No more excuses. I will do whatever must needs be done to see this through to the end. My friend, I will not pass these tasks to you. I insist that you remain here while I go and fetch the required materials.
Like, this just goes with what I was saying already. He's not a bad guy.
It was a series of surprisingly harrowing experiences. But in the end, I managed to obtain the materials necessary for the construction of my secret weapon. That gentleman was rather accommodating. Despite being somewhat put out that I had not any gil to pay him for this labor, he was nevertheless willing to teach me how to craft the arrows myself. He said he had found my industrious endearing. I must confess, despite being utterly exhausted by all this busy work, it has been somewhat refreshing. And although my noisemaker rails are ready, I cannot wait to put them to proof. If all goes well, the explosions will be loud enough to incapacitate Andrea for a time. Let's put an end to our tale, my friend, and in so doing, with right the opening of ours. That Rican Rolina, bounty hunters destroyed mare. Come! Raktika and glory await!
My god, is he Hildy? What am I doing? It's Christmas time. Hark the tale of Nelson and the friend he held so dear. If I am flying anything... Oh, there it is. Ho ho ho! This was the what we got for last year's winter event, if I remember right. Remained the best of friends for thousands, for years and years and years.
If I may make one small request before we begin, please, for the love of the gods, please try not to succumb to any vision from other people's pasts.
This really could not be a worse time. You just keep those arrows away from me, mate. Well, are you still with me in the here and now? Excellent. Then we can attend to the task at hand without worry. Let us lay to the rest of our fellow hunters a grand array. A peace a hero deserves. Thanks, Reek. Gets that close enough to count.
Whew. We won! Even seeing it hardly feels real. Huh? What have you got there? Look at white, you're... You're Renderay! The real Renderay! I should never have betrayed your trust. Never again, I swore. Never again. Balan Quates, the Shadowkeeper, the Flood. Come with me, we would face it together. No matter how hard it got, how terrified I was. That's what it means to let someone into your heart. Knowing felt what meaning nothing will last forever. To welcome the fear and the pain, the sorrow when I lost my parents. When you laid the keeper low, you felt it too, didn't you? To place our faith in desperate hopeless attempt to save everyone, and to attempt to see it amount to naught in the end. What else could we do but offer up a tiny reminder of the final futile effort? Even though deep down, it was worth what, a few moments more. What is this? It gave me a fear, and that fear gave me strength. Wait! There's so much I want to ask! I don't understand. What was she talking about? It's not right. It's not fair. You don't sacrificing themselves for nothing. Becoming villains. Being forgotten. Thank you, Relina. I could never have gotten this far without your help. I had no idea who Renderay or any of the warriors of light truly were. It was all ancient history to me. Why would I care who some senators were? I was no better than my parents, judging them out of hand, dismissing their sacrifice, not bothering to look deeper. It made it all the easier to pursue Andrea for my own amusement. I pray I made up for my part for helping to lay Renderay's soul to rest. Miss Avara is probably worse sick about us both. We should return to Kalusia and let her know we're alright. Ba-dum-bum-ba-da-ba. And I've had your last Christmas present week. Realization? Making you not annoying. My little Reek. Relina. Congratulations on a job well done. And from one hunter to another, thank you for helping Renderay to achieve a measure of peace. She was a hero to me, too, and it broke my heart to know what had become of her.
To have your legacy tarnished so, the world call you villain, even still. At least I can take comfort in knowing she can finally enjoy a long rest.
Whatever others may say, we shall preserve the truth in story and song. Render Ray, the bravest hunter that ever was, and more importantly, a true friend to those she held dear. I can only hope to measure up to her example someday. For now, however, I say we should return to the Crystarium and raise a glass in celebration.
Oh, hey! He's got his foot back.
Andrea's bounty has paid us as a fool, my friend. So come, let us eat, drink, and be merry.
He spent it all on this food, didn't he?
I've been meaning to ask you, Relina. But under the pressure, you're rather more acquainted with these warriors of light that you've been laying on. What exactly do you know about them? That is so preposterous a tale, I had no choice but to assume it's true. Offer up their lives to first cross the rift, then to halt the flood. Wicked wight. It must have taken so much courage to see it through in those final moments. A courage born not of a desire for glory or dedication to ideal, but of fear and love for those whom she had forged unshakable bonds, or comrades. I won't pretend that we have anything even approaching such a powerful connection. I like to think that if you were in mortal peril, that I would fly to your side without hesitation. Having said that, if I were tested as when the rain was, if I were challenged to offer my life for others without even knowing if it would amount to aught, I thought I could rise to the occasion. I am a child and a fool, who knows little of the world. I have been coddled and spoiled. I have just tasted the bitter fruits of life that you and countless others sup up daily. You are made of sterner stuff, Relina. Far sterner than me. And that is why I know I can never walk your path. Oh, but there is. I can't recall a time I have felt happier and more alive than when I have travelled with you. Well, you were countless years ahead of you, don't you? Well, you are destined for a greater challenge. Run more soon, more in pedestrian affairs. Know your limits, as Miss Averia used to say. Meet her again after all these years. See how much older and more frail she's become made me realize how little time together we have left. She shouldn't have to live all her days alone in the squalor. That is I will not do so. I shall return to Kalusia and attend to her needs, for I would do my utmost to repay the love and kindness that made me the man I am today.
Or, you know.
Therefore, it pains me to say it. I fear this separation must also mark the end. Or at the very least, a tentative suspension of the glorious partnership that was Rick and Relina, bounty hunters extraordinaire. Should you ever find yourself at Kalusia, however, do come and pay us a visit.
And that is almost the end of the role quests. As I do everything I can to run away. The cardinal virtues are no more. For you and the bounty hunters of the wandering stairs have successfully laid to rest. As they're imploring you to share the details of your adventures, Lunar proposes calling together the patrons to celebrate his grand accomplishments. However, deliberations will have to wait, for a cellar would require wardrobe labours with a single tale. That of the true villain responsible for so much of the realm's misery, who yet lingers in this world. As for the Shadowbringers, Gunbreaker, and Samurai, they are going to be in my first stream next year. Just as a heads up. Well, if it isn't the great hunter herself! As if you don't know, all four of the cardinal virtues laid low! All with your help! You're the talk of the stairs, Relina! When the night returned to Lakeland, we knew in our hearts that change was on the horizon. But never did I dare hope you might help us rid those terrible fiends. You've surpassed my wildest expectations! Not mine, Gillard. Aye, when I first laid eyes on her, I had an inkling that she was the hero we'd been waiting to come along. Easy to claim after the fact. If you indulge me though, I'd love to hear how your tale played out. The hunting of the virtues, that is. My word, there's so much more to it than I realized. And there I was thinking you'd have to track down the bloody things. Gods though, the things you learned about the Warriors of Light. So many secrets and details lost over time. And for all their hard work and sacrifice they somehow brought about the flood. Can't say I understand all, but it's bloody tragedy it is. We should gather the others and toss their memories. Years of Eld, brave and true, to be remembered forevermore. Not now. I think you have to not let your bleeding heart drive you to offer up a fortnight's stock of spirits. Attend to the elders' customers and let me speak with the hero of here and now. Whatever I do without your good sense of wisdom. Very well, I'll leave you to entertain her. We don't think we won't be having that drink someday. Well, what I share with you is sharing in such terrible tales. It's only right that I repay you in kind. Of the ending, that is. with the story of the true villain who towers above the virtues. The devil more deserving of death than any that lingers in this world. If your curiosity has been piqued, then meet me atop the balcony overlooking the crystal mean. I'll be waiting for you there until you do. Ah, my tongue! Tongue! Oh my god, Red Herring was the villain all along! It was the gas attendant! You came, as knew you would. Never met a mystery you could leave well enough alone. Or a demon you can let live, am I right? And this demon is undeniably deserving of death. Make no mistake, to cut them down would be just and proper. The act of a goodly person, and that is just what you are. I can see that. Only the growing patient would be offended, my friend. But before you pass judgment on this villain, you need first to understand their part in everything. Who they were to the fallen warriors alike, for instance. Of course, about now, you must be wondering how I know what I know. What a tavern wench of all people has to do with any of this. Let me tell you then. I am the one who brought them together, the Virtue Hunters. I am the one who marked you as a potential ally to them and bade you join them in their quests. I alone knew what had to be done, and what sort of sinner would be needed to see this tale of tragedy and betrayal brought to an end. But come, we have many malms ahead of us to still. To Collegia and the Codger's Crook, I will go ahead and wait for you there. You are accustomed to life on the road, as I see. As am I. Do you recognize this place? I thought you might. Here's where it began, where Artbert first met Lamet. Still young and lacking experience, possessed of so much potential, heroes in the making. Even the keen-eyed could see. They would only fulfill their promises much better later, though. After joining with their other dear companions, Brendan and Renda Ray. And one other, an elven woman, not half bad with a sword. But perhaps you're already asking the question, who? There were 5 warriors in light, but she would make 6. Indeed, after reading Nilebert, there doesn't seem to be one too many. Believe me when I say there was indeed a 6th adventurer, lost to history, and her name was Silva. Though I doubt I need to convince you of this truth. When you walked in the Virtue's memories, you saw her time and time again, did you not?
saw the true villain, the traitor responsible for all their woes. Let's continue the story elsewhere. To Amarang and the Fields of Amber. You saw the true villain's face in the memories, and I told you her name and Kalusia. But what were your crimes, you ask? Hearken to my tale and you will learn. Silva had joined the others before they first met Albert. After the party of 5 came to this place, they took on a commission to slay a powerful beast that had taken up residence in the mines. Said beast was believed to be an instigator of ever more terrible tremors, and so time was of the essence. But during this hurried search they crossed paths with their future companion, then a competitor aiming to usurp their prize. After another tremor triggered by the beast trapped them all on the ground, they had no choice but to work together, to lay it low. But to their dismay, even after his death, the earth continued to shudder violently. As the adventurers looked to each other in confusion, Albert strode towards the beast's body and grabbed hold of a curious stone. A stone brimming with untold ether that we had sought out there. He must harness his potential to rescue a loved one lost to the rift. But so powerful was the stone that it warped the flow of the life stream. Its very existence was a threat. And so when faced with a choice between one's life and countless others, Albert wept and shattered the stone. He had held his comrade's salvation in his hand and cast it aside for the greater good. For his sacrifice, he was judged a hero. And in that instant, a warrior of light was born. In life, Albert was a pragmatic figure, whose wisdom and sagacity were admired by all. Little wonder that in turn he would retain his virtue. But as Albert mourned the friend he lost forever lost, but the traverse Silver looked on in silent contentment, for they had taken the first step on their path towards becoming heroes brave and true. His sacrifice had sparked a transformation. 'Twas fuel for the ritual to come. What ritual, you wonder? Fear not. All will become clear in time. Come with me to Rectica, to the Sita swamps. You must retrace the steps as they were taken to understand the depth of our treachery. Oh, fuck, Darth, were you hit by a truck, Kun? Darth has isekai into the chat. How are you today, Darth? Why? Why would you do this to yourself? Lahi lady is back.
This place too is familiar, you know, for days recent and long since past. After the events of Amarang, Arbor and his comrades grew in fame, spurred others to entreat their aid. The adventurers sought out greater and greater challenges, and in pursuit of another they came to Raktika. While here, the hunter Renda Ray learned that the notorious Mark Balan Queets was near, and so under cover of darkness she slipped away from the others to slay the beast by herself. Like Nilebert before, of course, you already know what our motive was. Balan Keats has robbed her of her fellow hunters. Only vengeance would ready the balance. Moreover, she would dare not risk the lives of her new comrades. So terrified was she the mere possibility that she might have to relive that terrible day, and so she faced Balan Queets alone, and would have surely died for it had Ardbert not, and the others not arrived in time to help. Like Nilebert before, of course, you already know what happened next. For her love, her conviction, and her resolve was she chosen by Hydaelyn. And from that day forward, Renda Ray swore never again to betray her comrades' trust, to share with them the triumphs and the tragedies, to relinquish the freedom she had once held in the highest. The bravest, most courageous hunter that ever was. That moment would define what she became in life and in death. Her sacrifice would hasten the transformation. 'Twas fuel for the ritual to come. Betrayer Sylvia looked on, yet more satisfied. They were oblivious to her machinations, unaware that they were dancing to her tune. The journeys continued, and so must ours, to Ilmeg and Lagahal. Well, everyone, wave goodbye to the Lahi lady for now. Alright, Dart, I'll take your word for it. How has your week been? She deserves a break. Yeah. What? DJ, I don't know what you mean. How can that possibly be where this is going? And I am swell. Fair enough. As beautiful now as it was then, you saw it too, would you not agree? With the death of Balan Queets, the legend of Ardbert and his comrades had grown larger than ever. Thus emboldened, they came to the kingdom of Obert. Obert had long been troubled by what some had dubbed a magical plague, innocents found transformed into misshapen fiends that the kingdom's knights had no choice but to put down ere the contagion spread. Brendan had been one such knight. In his youth he had served the Princess Sildea faithfully, only to be cast out for a single mistake. Thus did he take to the road, where he met Ardbert and the others. having grown stronger and wiser and more respected, Brendan felt it was time to return and redeem himself. And with the aid of his comrades he did just that. Tadric, the court mage, was unmasked as the mastermind of Vobert's misery, and by Disgrace Knight's blade he'd brought to justice. With his dying breath, Tardik caused the Princess Saldea, sentencing her to a fate worse than death. At her behest did he raise up his blade, and for the sake of the kingdom strike down his liege lady. With that single stroke he forever changed, though nearly not in the way that was necessary. He stood on the precipice and almost forsook his compassion for infringing judgment, but mercifully turned aside at the last. Lest did he find and embrace true justice, that which lays law and heart together and strives for the greater good. 'Tis a long, difficult road from which many stars settled for simpler moralities, but I would expect no less of the man who became Dexter's sign. His sacrifice was strength of the transformation. 'Twas fuel for the ritual to come. As her companions grew ever more powerful, so too did the betrayer Silva. Bit by bit they brought her closer to her goal. It was not yet finished. To Kalesia they returned, and so must we. Tomra, and the next chapter of this tale awaits. I'm not going to spend tomorrow cleaning up. You know, I'm glad I'm a multi-billionaire. All this teleporting, I swear. It builds up, lady. Slowly but surely, the adventurers were fulfilling their potential. Word of their deeds in Vobert spread like wildfire, and the legend grew ever larger. But for all their success, the fledgling heroes would be forced to endure more hardship and welcome more sacrifice. They pressed deeper into the depths of Raktika, towards ancient Ronka. It was there that the dwarf Lamet came to crossroads for claiming the magic she desperately desired. She would be forced to renounce something equally precious. Dwarves are a reclusive lot, want to withhold from the outside world that their many traditions might be preserved in isolation. When the stone blight began to spread, they chose to lock away their afflicted and refused to seek outside help. But Lamet would not abide this. She vowed to have her ailing kin, her sister among them, even if it meant violating dwarven law. With her newfound power she returned and cured the sick, and for this she was banished from the Council of Elders. This came as no surprise, for she had made peace with it long before, when she stood in the ancient ruin and called upon forgotten guardians to grant her forbidden knowledge. She knew then what the price would be. She had weighed her tradition and identity against the lives of those she loved, and made her choice, though it pained her terribly and in ways only a dwarf could understand. And Hydaelyn, it would seem. Though hardship and sacrifice was a new warrior light forged, a healer that knew more than any the value of life, and would do anything to see it preserved, even in death. Her sacrifice would nearly complete the transformation. 'Twas fuel for the ritual to come.
Very soon, then. Very soon. For our brother's companions had stumbled upon evidence of the larger design. Threads linking them together. The desperate troubles of the realm. A name spoken in whispers. The Shadow Keeper. A singular force sowing chaos and discord throughout Northrend to unknown end. If the warrior lies truly wish to save their world, then you would need to confront this villain among villains. And after an exhaustive search, at the end of the struggle, who do you think they found waiting? Welcome them with open arms. The answer to that awaits us in Lakeland, our final destination. The villain yet walks among us, Relina, unknown and unpunished. Go on ahead and wait for me at Loxton Loft. There are preparations to which I must first attend. Samurai should be able to do this. Do you see where the plot is going, chat? Damn you, Silva! We were comrades in arms! Friends! That we were, and that we are. Everything I said, everything I felt, was all true. You mean the world to me. You're the bloody Shadow Keeper! What in the hell was this for? For you. For every one of you. To forge her into heroes worthy of her blessing, that she might choose you as her champions. A ruthless mage consumed with the pursuit of power to save his friends no matter the cost, by sacrifice a warrior born. A mournful hunter scared by tragedy to resolve to never again to trust in others, by our sacrifice a warrior born. A disgraced knight who yearned to steal his heart in just his name. By his sacrifice, a warrior born. A troubled healer torn between tradition and love. By her sacrifice, a warrior born. And their leader, an adventurer with a heart overflowing with love for his dearest comrades, who must now bring his axe to bear against his own. By his sacrifice, a warrior born. I am the villain you seek, the keeper of shadows for worlds sundered and dark. By our struggles will this world be shattered and its souls saved. Silva! I actually think I have this armor. Saul, did you? I thought you might. Mother's gift has a knack for showing us exactly what we need to see, if not what we want to, or when. They knew me as Silva, but my real name? It doesn't matter. Like you, I'm not from this world. I crossed the rift and came to the first. My home, the 13th, fell to dark in a calamity that mirrored the one which nearly claimed this world. I was one of several heroes who failed to save it. The boy, Unalakai, and I glimpsed him in your memories. He was a friend. Like him, I heed the words of the Yassians, and that I might redress the balance. I chose to come here and hasten a rejoining of worlds. Our shards are consumed by darkness, demands a mirror of blinding light. Primordial forces who strive to achieve equilibrium. But there was a solution, a single solution. Were a flood of light to consume this shard in its entirety, there would be no bit of use. The Yassians made it clear that it must be brought to the brink, but no further. The task was difficult, but the plan was simple. Souls breed the souls of light, fledgling heroes in the making. I would bring them together, Ardbert and his comrades, and groom them for a higher purpose. I would play the part of a comrade and guide their course, all the while labouring in secret to pit stronger and stronger enemies against them, until finally, once they were warriors of light brave and true, I would reveal myself as a warrior of darkness and extinguish their radiance forever. Thus would this world be primed for its joining, and the source for the calamity. The Yassians that called themselves Mithron and Logleaf were confident it would succeed. And indeed, Ardbert and the others rose to the occasions I knew they would. It was not to be. I misjudged Ardbert. His comrades before him had made their sacrifice in turn, and as their mirror had grown stronger for it, had he but embraced his role and struck me down, victory would have been mine. But Ardbert, the other Ardbert, would not forsake his heart. In the end, he chose mercy, he chose love, and I was undone. The rest you know. He saw Mitron and Logleaf and granted them what he refused me. They accomplished everything they set out to achieve, and then the flood came and washed it away. In the wake of my betrayal, I will look on from the shadows and reflect on my many sins, as all fell to ruin, denied death then and now, and perhaps ever after as a fragment of my essence endures. But then, one day years ago, my fallen comrades rose again as cardinal virtues. It coincided with the arrival of the first Scions. And they realised a defence against the forces being marshalled into force. I can but assume the Yassians planted the idea of Valtry's head. They were his creations after all, and with their graves in Yolmol territory, it was doubtless a simple matter to have their bodies exhumed and prepared. Whom am I to speak, you may think, when I say this, but when I saw these abominations he had wrought in their image, I was filled with such despair, such anger. I cannot write the past. My soul is stained with the blackest sin, and I will not pretend that I can ever be otherwise. And this
This act I could not ignore. If the Yatians were going to such lengths, then surely others would come across the rift in due time. And so, I hatched a plan. I would assume the guise of Scylla, and as her take up residence in the Crystarium, where I would take measure to bring together the most ambitious of adventurers. Individuals driven by more than mere coin. Virtue hunters. That way, when the enemy the Yatians feared more than any came to the first, the stage would be set. They would join the hunter's quest and together unmake Valkyrie's simulacra and lay their souls to rest once more. And so you did, Relina. The virtues are no more, but the one ultimately responsible for their creation, the devils set them on their doomed path, lingers still. You know all there is to know of the heroes who saved the world. The truth I had kept hidden in the shadows is yours, and there is no more secrets to share. And so I ask you now to grant me that which Arbert could not. Death. It does not feel right to be wearing this joyful outfit for the start scene. Bidori. I am dressed to give out presents. No, don't do this. Don't spare me like he did. How can you stand there and say I deserve to live, knowing everything I did, the lies I destroyed, the chaos I wrought? The warden's pale in comparison. Surely there is no greater villain than the Shadow Keeper. I should have expected a hero would say something like that. How does one even seek atonement? 'Tis an undiscovered country with no charts or stars to guide. How will I ever know where I can find it? Perhaps I may yet find purpose in preserving my comrades' legacy, and helping others to understand the sacrifices that made them true heroes. For now, I shall return to the Crystarium and Tindius' Garland, spending the forgotten tales of warriors of light. You would have been good friends, you and Ardbert, in another life. Maybe you and I as well. Though if it's that distracting that I'm dressed like Santa Claus. Here we go, I'll be dressed like a pirate instead. Not really as good. Going to eat devil fruit and travel to the Grand Line. If you thought F14 was long before. Oh, by the way, something I noticed when I was highlighting VODs tonight. If my plan works out,
The last stream of the year will be Final Fantasy XIV Part 50. I'll tell you, I'm not at all accustomed to wearing my armor any longer. Simply moving about it is enough to tax my strength. And fighting, ugh. Any what a Captain Lena's or Chris could probably put me on my back flat. Fortunately, I need to rely on my sword to spread the truth of my fallen comrades' deeds. Only words in the passage of time will see their legacy redeemed in the eyes of the people. Thank you for accompanying my journey of remembrance, Relena. May your deeds ever be remembered and celebrated as all heroes deserve. I visited Relena, loitering about the stairs just like any old evening. And here I was worried you'd gone back to your world for good, and I was too late. It's just that I've been thinking about the crystals belonging to the Warriors of Light. I hear they end up with you after you defeated the Virtues. I assume you have Ardbirds as well. Oh shit. Indeed, that does seem appropriate. This bond with sales is deeply... Right, I think I need to do this later. Whoopsie! Alright. In that case, we did the half we needed to do anyway. Deep within the city of Amarot. The Asianam itself is at last brought low. You return to the Crystarium victorious, the people celebrating beneath a blessed clear sky. Though your comrades are not yet able to return to the source, they bid you cross the rift and relay the word of your success to Tataru and the others. Whoopsie! New game plus troubles. New game plus troubles. Yeah, you just have to be careful sometimes. Like, they're very good at making sure you don't get too ahead of yourself, but sometimes sometimes you get a little, whoopsie. Relena! God, it's good to see you. I hope you being here means you've had your fill of rest. Well, you certainly earned it. Not much has happened since your last visit. I had planned for you to meet the helper I told you about, but he refuses to answer his link pearl. I do hope he's alright. We've been exchanging messages with the Viorzi Alliance throughout, though. They say the fighting is finally stopped in the dark, and that the Empire is showing no signs of movement. Which means we might actually have a moment to ourselves for a change. Seeing as you're back, maybe you could tell me more about your time in the First. Great!
Oh, if you don't mind, I'd like to ask Flamine to join us. She'll want to know what happened to Minfilia. I think especially hears it from you. Oh, no! Let me, you, and the terrorists in the House of Splendors. Oh, Tataru? We're going to need hot chocolate. Okay, this is a hats-off situation. Hey, Flamine. Helena. My, it has been too long. Tataru did mention that I would be joining you. Did she not? Thank you. Words can express how much I've longed to learn more of the first. This world of Minfilia sacrificed so much to save. But come, rest your feet. Tataru will be arriving shortly. And so Minfilia has come to pass on her quest to be the next oracle. This girl who Thancred named Reen. It was such a burden thrust upon her as a child, only to embrace it when given the choice. In that respect, they are quite alike. It would seem her legacy is indeed in capable hands. Relena, may I ask you a favour when you next return to the First? To tell Reen what I cannot. To tell her, thank you. And I would offer you my thanks to you as well for staying with her to the end. Begging your pardon, but could I have a word? Rio, hope you're here to tell me you've received word from our helper. I wish. Nay, if not, a people of him, and it's been a good long while now. Too bloody long. On account of which, I'm going to sneak over in the border and see if I can't get a signal of him to catch from the drop. But why did they catch you? There must be another way. Well, Pete, it's if we can ask Thancred to do it. Besides, I shouldn't need no trouble picking my way through grimmets now the fine's died down. God knows there are enough shells to hide in. And a bit beats way around here twiddling my thumbs. Anyway, I just thought I'd let you know. I'd best be... I nearly forgot. Crowds of the stones as you once a word. Time to do the patients. Just getting ready to examine them again when I left. Wait, we'd best head back then. I'm sure it's important. You needn't worry about me. Go and see what Kyle has to say. Where's that potato? I don't get stuff. Explain. Oh, good. There she is.
she's still examining. Oh, I do hope it's nothing bad.
You're here. Good.
So, how are they?
Still locked in slumber, but otherwise in good physical health. For the present, at least.
For the present? Oh no, is something wrong with them?
I'm afraid there may be. I summoned you after detecting faint signs of instability in Thancred's corporeal ether. But subsequent examination suggested all 5 might be affected. And when I examined them just now, my fears were confirmed. Tellingly, the degree of instability varies between them. Thancred exhibits the most notable signs, followed by Y'shtola and Urianger. The twins' ether, meanwhile, remains relatively stable, but there is a change there too if one knows to look for it.
Hold on. Isn't that the order they were called away in?
Indeed. Which leads me to believe the instability will only increase with time. Though I can but speculate, I fear this may be a symptom of a weakening link between body and soul.
By the gods! What happens if the link is broken?
I cannot say for certain. This is all unknown territory to us. Yet whatever happens, it cannot be good. Mercifully, the instability is still only slight. And you may rest assured Master Matoya and I will do everything in our power to keep it from worsening. Be that as it may, it is imperative that you find a way to restore our friends' souls to their bodies. Thank you.
But where's she even supposed to start? We had the greatest minds in the realm hunting high and low for an answer, and they ran out of places to look.
You stated in your report that the Exarch had originally intended to reverse the summoning process by means of his own death, correct? Raha always was a reckless young fool, ready to die for the first righteous cause that came along. His plan might well have worked, but I for one am glad he never had the opportunity to see it through. Even if it does mean our friends must remain stranded a while longer. There is another way, I am sure of it. And the key lies with him, with the Exarch. Pray return to the First and apprise him and the others of the situation. We, meanwhile, will do what we can from here. And, if the fates are kind, we will have good news to share upon your return.
We have gained a countdown! There do be a ticking clock now, you... No, it's not the final countdown, but it is a countdown. Brian Dennison was not entered in 14. Ah, Felina. You all returned. Hope your time in the source was suitably restful. But of course it wasn't. Go on. Our corporeal ether shows signs of instability. By the gods, the possibility never even occurred to me. But if you returned in the hope that my research has yielded a solution, I fear you will not be sorely disappointed. 'Tis but a mercy we have the likes of Mistress Quile and Master Matoya to keep our friend's body safe while we wrestle with the problem. But I cannot forestall the separation of body and soul indefinitely. Come, the others must be told.
Pray excuse my late arrival.
Will Thancred and Reen not be joining us?
Nay, milady. With apologies to all, they beg leave to pursue their investigation of the empty to its conclusion. Should matters here demand their presence, however, they did assure me that they would make themselves available.
Yes, of course. Then let us proceed. I think it best that you begin by providing a summary of Mistress Kryle's findings.
I suppose it was only to be expected that some change would occur.
Yet our souls seem unaffected, to my eye at least. How long they will remain so is another question. Kryle is right. It is imperative we find a way to return to the source.
Perhaps an explanation of the method by which I brought you here will yield some inspiration. Ere I begin, it must be noted that I am by no means a gifted mage. In order to employ powerful magics, I must rely upon the Crystal Tower and its boundless reservoirs of energy. The magic that summoned you was no exception. 'Tis a singular spell, adapted through painstaking effort from the technique that transported me to the First. To use an analogy, it works by cutting a hole in the fabric of reality. A hole tailored to the object of summoning, through which it and it alone may pass unscathed. Though I succeeded in creating said hole, I failed to latch onto my intended target. Instead of you, the spell found those close to you, and ended up summoning them in their incomplete state. I would not soon throw my life away, not after the lengths you and yours went to save it. And so long as I breathe, I will spare no effort to see you safely home. But should all else fail, and your lives be at stake, there remains one sure method.
Oh! What was that for?
you even entertain such thoughts? You owe your life to the Warrior of Light, and you don't get to die unless she says so.
Your followers await your divine judgment.
What did you just...
If the two of you have finished, perhaps we could return to our discussion? Rather than dwelling upon the multiple failed attempts at transference, I think it would behoove us to focus on the solitary success. I would draw your attention to the fact that our friend can travel between worlds possessed not only of her body and soul, but her personal effects besides. This is no different from the teleportation magics to which we are all accustomed. Magics that allow for the transportation of those inanimate objects one considers to be an extension of oneself.
Are you suggesting that simply by considering us her possessions, she could carry our souls back to the source upon her person?
Well, it would be nice if things were that simple for a change. But vague notions of ownership seem a rather tenuous thing to stake our lives on. So much as a moment of doubt on her part and we'd be left floating in the rift.
Milady hath the right of it. The requisite fixity of belief would be too much to ask even of our friend. Yet were we to immure our souls within an object in her possession, mayhap then our safe passage could be assured. White auracite would, I believe, serve as a suitable vessel for this purpose. It was conceived to imprison the massy soul of an Ascian, and should house one of ours with relative ease. We would need only to ensure our soul's safe preservation inside the stone, and identify a means by which they might be transferred back unto our vacant bodies.
Soul preservation and transference. I believe I know of someone who may be able to assist us. On the far shore of the source, there stands a great palace built by the elves. It was forsaken in the wake of the flood, but a certain Numo chose to make their home there soon after. Though they have long lived as a recluse, they once occupied a place of honor in Verbert's royal court, and it is said that none in all of Norvrant is more knowledgeable than they on matters of the soul.
Well, I've no objection to seeking a helping hand, but if they've gone to such lengths to hide themselves away from the world, what makes you think they'd be willing to lend us one?
A worthy question. Years ago, I myself tried and failed to solicit their cooperation in the battle against the Sin Eaters. No sooner had I begun to make my plea than they unleashed a swarm of their familiars upon me. Unlike me, however, you have curried favor with the Fae folk. By that merit alone, I am hopeful that they would grant you an audience. They may still be inclined to turn you away, of course, but if their knowledge might feasibly facilitate your return home, we have to try.
I am sick and tired of the XR's attempts at self-sacrifice. If he's just dying one more time, I swear I'm going to grant him his wish. A mage of surpassing skill, living a life of seclusion. Now where have I heard that before? One can only hope they are more receptive to unsolicited visitation. The Numo seemed such a welcoming folk in Elmeg. What do you suppose could have driven this one into a life of seclusion? 'Tis said that the kingdom of Vorbart was once built upon the home of the realm's greatest knights and magic's both. To my command, are placed in the royal court, The new Mao whom we must seek must needs have mages among mages. The Grand Cosmos. That is the place we seek. Stands on the opposite shore of the source. I will arrange for a boat to carry us there. Whilst thou journeyest thither, I think it my best I devote mine energies to the creation of white orosite. By thy leave, of course. The process requires no small amount of time, and should the new Mao consent to lend us their aid, we will have need of a suitable vessel ere long. Agreed. Then I would ask the rest of you meet me in the Sullen, and do be prepared for a warm reception. Well, time to become a shaman. I was kidding. Oh, it's that simple. Oh, is that simple? Hey, Titania, call me in a favor. What Thancred and Reen are up to will also be a stream we are doing next year. One of the early ones in January, I suspect. Boing, 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 boing. Though there will come a week I probably won't stream, I don't know when that is yet. I'm not streaming next Monday, obviously. I'm going to be nowhere near here. Okay, good. Hey, you guys ready to see probably one of my favorite places to go take glam pictures? As told you before, I had scarcely set foot on the palace grounds when I was set upon by host familiars, and I expect our reception today be no different. Which is why I propose we march in through the main gate, weapons drawn. I'm sorry, but are we not here to petition for assistance? I can't honestly think barging in looking for a fight is going to persuade them. Actually, I believe the Exarch may have the right of it. They have no doubt poured a great deal of time and energy into their creations. Were I them, I should be most interested in meet those who could overcome my defenses. As with any true seeker of knowledge, and there is little we could say or do to convince them to help us. If we had known their character, nor why they would choose to hide themselves from the world. But if we can seize the interest, mayhap we can earn ourselves an audience. Weapons shrine it is then.
But I must say, XIV, you certainly seem to be enjoying all of this. Do I? Well, I will not deny that I enjoy the thought of playing alongside you, or rather than basing about inside the Crystal Tower. You both seem to be in the rather high spirits, if you ask me. Not that I'm surprised. It was invariably approached with ladies around. What exactly are you implying? She averted a calamity in the light which seemed destined to consume her but to be extinguished. It was only natural we were pleased to see her. Yes, well, you have plenty of time to celebrate her good health after we finished here. Of course. Then let us proceed to the palace. Give me a sec. Alright! To whom are we bring? We have to bring Raha, he's the tank. We have to bring Alfie, he's the healer. Or to bring Stola or Alice. Which we bring? I should note we don't bring Alice that often. Alright, we have a vote for Alice. Okay.
Let's give it our all!
I love this dungeon's look. This dungeon's so pretty. You value a lunch. You'll quit this place at once. Let me go with you. I'd say we're off to a fine start. swish, swish. Swish, 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 swish. Thank you. Always remember your ABCs.
Let's give them a go!
Wow, sink there. Look at how pretty this place is! It's so good! Aha! I don't think she likes me. Rosie-san, did you take answers from the Game Arts department again? You can't prove it if I did or not. God. My OCD makes me a terrible red mage. Aha! You are. But sometimes I would stop doing the optimal AoE stuff just to even them out again. More porksies. Boss right there, about. don't lose mana that often as a red mage. Wow. Yeah, and she. That is the smoothest fight's ever been for me. I like that face Misha thought making tea. Ah, you lost one for a moment there. Oh, it's one of these. Okay. Sorry, everybody. We're in a dance room. We must dance. Yes, Sally, these halls long enough. Come, Lingus! Our guests yet wait for welcome. Yeah, I'd say it's about to become a ballroom blitz.
fire on the dance floor. I think you missed out, see. We're cheering again. another arrow, please? Not this time. Phew! I'm glad that was the real one. At least I beat the negotiating himself and on the rucksack. Perhaps now he can afford himself an audience.
That was my fiercest familiar. Oh, impressive.
Backlook, 'tis good to see you again after all these years. And judging by your vigorous greeting, I dare say the feeling is mutual. To be sure, a simple shake of the hand would have sufficed by way of welcome, but I shan't complain. But you must be wondering as to the purpose of our visit. We come to beg your assistance in a most urgent matter.
Sake? Beg?
Our comrades' very souls are in danger. If we are to save them, we will need the benefit of your unsurpassed knowledge on the matter. Please, will you not sit and hear our plea?
Oh, how dare you! How dare you speak thus in my presence! It was to escape such words of temptation that I hid myself from the world of men. You are sinners, one and all, and I swore never again to have any part in your affairs.
I can only imagine what terrible events forced you into a life of seclusion. But I know that the Numo are a good and noble folk. It is not in your nature to turn a blind eye to the plight of those around you. And in treating with us, I am certain whatever mistrust you feel for man will begin to heal.
If you will not be satisfied, I suppose I could listen. After all, there's no harm in just... No, I mustn't. Not again. That damn court mage seemed to have the best of intentions too, and countless innocents died for my naivety. Oh, you know not what you ask of me, what horrors my knowledge has wrought.
I don't think I should join in on using the words.
You know of the plague? Then you know how dangerous soulcraft can be. Instead of saving your friends, you risk damning them. Are you sure you're willing to take that chance?
No. No.
Hey, Cap.
Oh, very well. I will hear your petition, but that is all. And I expect fitting payment for my troubles.
Commensurate with your contribution to our cause. No more and no less, I promise you. With that settled, might I impose upon you to join us at the Crystarium? I'm afraid the nature of my friend's predicament calls for absolute secrecy.
Hope you're doing well, Captain. There you are. The others have gone ahead to the Crystal Tower of Becklug. For the record, I truly wish we hadn't resorted to using such words when treating with them. I have ever sought to convince, not compel. Yet I cannot deny that a part of me is glad Rurianji shared his knowledge of the Numa with us. Had he not, Becklug would be in there. Wouldn't be here. Speaking of whom, we should hurry. To keep our guests waiting would only add insult to injury. Hey, Snow! We mustn't dally here any longer, Melina. A backlog is to hear the truth of our travels, and the first, you of all people should be present. I suspect we already had the snow we're going to be getting this year. Yeah, he knew exactly what he was doing. There's a reason he paused before he said it. Yeah. Up the stairs we go. I know roughly where I want to end tonight because we're not finished. We're not doing all of Reflections in Crystal tonight. But I know roughly where I want to get to, and we should be able to get to it in good time. We're making better time than I expected we would be.
I'm sorry. You mean to tell me not only that the return of night was your doing, but that you hail from another world as well?
You're actually the only name
Everything we told you, of the source, the shards, the 7 umbral calamities, all of it is true. I realize how fantastical it sounds, and I would not blame you for doubting our testimony. But given your expertise, you must surely have noted the peculiar nature of their souls.
Any other time and I would have dismissed your stories as balderdash and flummery. But upon closer inspection, 'tis plain their souls are far denser than is normal, and that they do not possess true bodies. Save you. Your body is your own. And your soul is the densest of them all.
As I said before, were it not for their heroism, the skies over Norvrant would still be awash with light, the realm yet at the mercy of Vorthri and the Sin Eaters. After all they have done for our home, seeing them safely back to their own, it seems the very least we can do.
Your tale is intriguing. Yes, very intriguing indeed. Simply to hear it is fitting payment in itself. As for your friends, I can but agree. Their valorous deeds on behalf of Norvrant are deserving of recognition, of their own fitting payment.
You will help us then?
I will. I would see my knowledge put to good use for a change. I do have one condition, however. I am not the spry young Numo I once was. As such, I will require assistance in my fieldwork and testing.
It would be our pleasure. We'll be laboring for our own benefit after all.
Yeah, that is something that's always stuck with me, Cap, of just how strong Ardbor actually was. Yeah, there's a lot of good world building in that bit. Been quite the tale, but tell me, have you given any thought as to how you might return to your world? White Orisite, you see. An intriguing proposition, but one which fails to account for the present state of your souls. They become highly charged like there's a consequence of having maintained tangible forms for so long. In such an enigmatic and stable state, there is no telling what might happen to their souls when the Orisite they could very well become immutable to transference, never to be restored to their bodies. Then
Would it be possible to force our souls into a state of dormancy prior to a transference? In theory, yes, but the soul is not a candle to be snuffed out and relit on a whim. Well, that sounds ominous. What exactly would rendering our souls dormant entail? In order to maintain a corporeal form, your soul constantly draws ether from your surroundings. This process must be halted and the resulting sufferant of ether removed. Your minds would ultimately be separated from these flux bodies of yours, rendering you incapable of interacting with the world around you. A cruel fate under normal circumstances, but one which will be rectified upon your return home. Leaving lifeless hucks, like those poor souls in the journey's head, corrupted by the sin years, the ether made stagnant by the light. Corrupted? Stagnant? Might I see these unfortunate individuals? Why? Do you think you might be able to help them? I might, or I might not. I shan't know for sure until I've seen their condition firsthand. Then I'll be glad to take you to them, on the understanding that you won't do anything which might increase their suffering. It was my faith in man I lost, not my compassion. Well, I see no need for all of us to accompany you. While you escort our guests to the inn, I will assist Oriange in creating the requisite aura site. I believe my talents would be better applied to the endeavour as well. Might leave the three of you to assist Becklug as necessary. Becklug. Let us make for Amarang then. What am I doing? So this is Halric. Yes, his etheric balance leans perilously towards the light. Towards stasis. What do you suppose will happen to him? Not too bright, are you, boy? The same as all poor souls corrupted by light. He'll become a sin eater. You don't know that. We defeated the wardens and banished the light from the night sky. Halric was completely unresponsive before, but now... Then perhaps there is hope yet. If I may, there's a treatment I wish to administer to the patients. What sort of treatment? In the course of my studies of the soul, I once created a tonic which would temporarily stimulate the ether in one's body. After some refinement, it came to be used by the Knights of Ulbert. Then, for a far darker purpose. As it fell into the wrong hands, I swore never to begin to make it. But for their sakes, I will break that oath. It's not like to reverse the stagnation, mind you, but it should offer some measure of relief. I really want to know where Numau are on the source. Sharon stares blankly at you. It would seem the tonic had no effect. What is this warmth I feel in my chest? That's not even there at all, actually. Might be something that can only exist in the first for some reason. I feel warm on my legs. They don't feel as heavy. Like Bismarck isn't over there. He is effectively a solo being here. I wonder. Now then, have you noticed a change in the situation? A notable rise in body temperature and increased motor function, in most patients at least. The more seriously affected show no response. As I feared then. 'Tis time that true that restoration night, the corrupted influence of light will no longer grow. And yes, their bodies will naturally return to equilibrium given time. But this holds true only for their corporeal ether. Their incorporeal ether, that of the soul, is not so easily mended. Which is why those in the later stages of corruptions, like Halric, appear unaffected by your tonic. Precisely. The boy's soul is too far gone, his mind held together by the finest of threads. There is a chance he may one day recover, of course, but it could take years, decades even. By the gods! He could wake to find himself an old man. A fine reward for his persistence. The opportunity to mourn the life he never had a chance to live. No, there must be something we can do. Look, I realize this is not why we petitioned your aid, but do you think it's possible we could find a way to hasten the recovery? Maybe. Nor do I think it impossible that in treating them, you might learn something of relevance of your own predicament. I suspect the Crystal Exarch has told you of my past. That I was a mage of the Royal Court of Vobert, and that soulcraft was my field of study. The tonic you administer to the patients here is one of the fruits of my labours. I ought to do great things for the kingdom. But in the end, my knowledge brought only suffering, a plague the like of which none had ever seen. In the hands of unscrupulous men, what should have been my greatest triumph instead became my greatest shame. That I do. A comforting thought indeed. But let us return to the task at hand, finding a means by which we might revitalize these people's incorporeal ether. Do you think it could be done? Where the sky still ablaze with primordial light, I would call it an exercise in futility. But now we may have a chance. The method I have in mind will entail the conjuring of Familia, They are able to amplify the energies poured into them, making them a perfect conduit for the ether revitalizing magics we will ultimately employ. If you're able to launch into a lengthy explanation of metaphysics of your plan, don't bother. I'd rather get on with doing whatever it is that needs to be done, if it's all the same to you. Whatever I got, regions must be recured, or spells evoked, I'll do it. I admire your spirit. Very well. Your first task will be to gather the necessary materials. The purest of waters and finest of clays, as well as a fey lantern brimming with pixie magic. If you're convinced the resulting familiar could help the patients, fine. Alphino, the water and clay will be simple enough. I think you know what we'll have to do to get the lantern. You don't mean... The pixies took quite a liking to us before. If we humor them with our complex company, I'm sure they'll be willing to help us. Fine. We'll pay a visit to Ilmeg, though I never thought you would be the one to suggest going back there. I'm impressed you've been there at all. Left alone befriend the faithfolk. Oh, while you're about it, seek out the Numa of Pla Ini. They'll be able to supply you with the water suitable for needs. Right, let's get this all over this, shall we? There still remains the matter of the clay. Might I prevail upon you to find it? Clay for Mamarang would likely be best. Know you of anyone who might be able to assist us? Ah, yes. They'll be able to point you in the right direction, I am sure. While you and the twins are occupied, I shall see that if there is aught else I can learn from this other stagnation which afflicts these people here. Surely I am the most Christmas of animals. Hello, Magnus. I know it's been a couple of weeks. You might not recognize me. I'm a bird. Rina. Well, what a coincidence. You come at a good time. We've just this moment finished repairing the towels and trolley you took to Nabaratharang. The trolley was no problem, but the towels would have been another matter, had we not had a visit from Master Kai. He offered us a share of the leftover building materials from Daedalus stoneworks, as well as a few trade secrets to help us along. Clever man, that Kai knows. He seems pretty keen on the ideas I have for putting the giant towers to work. Like a giant trolley! But Magnus still refuses to see all the good we could do with it. You've a dream, jerk. But that doesn't mean you can go harassing our guests with them. Master Chai was just being polite.
And something tells me Marlena didn't come out all this way here to talk about troubles. What is it you need to find? I see. And this familiar class clay from Amaret. Well, look no further. I can find you some of the finest quality clay it is. Saying that, this is exactly a commodity nowadays. There must be some lurking somewhere or other, waiting to be dug up. If I'm not mistaken, there was a time when they used to take clay from Mount Brain mines to make adobe bricks. But it's swarming with coyotes now. If you have the good stuff, you can do far less than you look there. And we fly again. Just getting out my shovel, taking up some clay. Oh wow, we're back already! The pixies were constantly confusing me with Alice. In jest, I assume. I mean, it's not as if we look that much alike. We, don't look that much alike, do we? That better be the only thing we need from the pixies. If I have to endure one more prank, so help me gods. The twins have returned, and in place of piece of that, I was convinced the pixie would turn at least one of them into a garden ornament. But no. You have the clay, I take it. Wonderful. We need but combine the clay and the water, then heat the mixture with a fey lantern, as it'll be a simple matter of settling upon a suitable form and performing the necessary incantation. But look, I have a question. In the event that we need to pull need of the spell and you weren't around, would it be possible to perform the incantation? Assuming they are possessed of requisite spell, yes. How can the others have suffered so much, and I swore to do everything in my power to save them? If there's a chance the spell could do that, I would be the one to invoke it. Maybe you should be the one to do so. A deep understanding of the subject's physical state combined with a strong desire to help them
can drastically increase the magic's effect. And you are quite plainly more familiar with these people than I. I dare say there are few in all Northrend more dedicated to finding a cure. Is that not so, Rolina? I'll give it my all. For Haurik. For Tesleen. Then we are all of the mind of the matter. Elsa shall be the one to conjure the familiar.
Let us begin. I trust you've prepared the clay? Very good. Now, I would have you sculpt for me a porksy. Plump, with floppy ears and a short curly tail.
A porksy. I think I know what you mean. There we are. How's that?
Well, it is certainly creative. There's no denying that.
Yes, I'm no artist. Very funny.
Pay him no mind, child. Though it may look like a grotesque parody of reality, it is what the invoker believes that matters.
You're not helping.
But I speak the truth. If successful, this incantation will turn imagination into reality. Which is why the only thing of import is what you believe this figure embodies. You must focus. Hold the Porksy's image steady in your mind's eye. Now then, as I taught you, relax and allow your energies to flow.
With flesh of clay I bid thee rise, on wings of dreams to touch the skies. What once was idle fantasy, I call forth to reality!
Not bad for a first attempt. Now, let us see what can be done for young Halric. Through the operation of the magics you invoked to animate this familiar, it is now replete with the energies required to stir the boy's soul. You need but give it a name, and it will do as your heart desires.
A name. All right, I've decided. Now. Go, Angelo!
Mother... I...
By the 12! Though it was only for a moment he spoke. There may yet be hope for these people. The girl's resolve is quite impressive. I might almost think she drew strength from another. Indeed. How was he? Becklook? Did it work?
I believe it did. You and your fledgling familiar have done well. And my eyes are not to see me, a hint of colour has returned to his soul.
Gods! I would jump for joy if I weren't so exhausted. We're so close now, Ulrich.
As you are even now in the process of discovering, this magic asks much of the invoker. What you may not have realized is that the same is also to the subject. As such, we must proceed with caution. However, with further treatment, I have the utmost confidence the boy will make a full recovery. Otherwise, the reanimation of his stagnant soul has been the most enlightening. I will need to put my theories to the proof. But I believe I can fashion a spell to produce the opposite effect. That is, to induce stagnation.
Thus enabling our safe transport back to the source via... A thought occurred to me about this treatment. Becklook said the soul is rendered dormant. The mind is separate from the body. That person becomes incapable of interacting with the world around them. Does that not sound familiar to like someone of the tempered back in the source? Not really. It is the fate of the most tempered and to become slaves to the primals, save in a handful of cases. Or am I missing something? If I can master this technique, the art of revitalizing the soul, I know at least one in the source who could desperately use such treatment. Exactly. His condition is uncannily similar to Ulrich's, is it not? The only difference being that his soul was suffused with earth aspect ether instead of light. If also if his soul is subject to a similar kind of stagnation, then we might have a chance to save him. Right?
Forgive me, but who is this Gabu of whom you speak? I see. His condition does sound similar. Yet there is much more about his soul that remains unknown even to me. If I say this is not to discourage you, you understand, but to remind you that this is delicate work we do here. Work requiring patience.
Of course. And as long as there is a hope for the patients here, I will devote whatever time is needed to see this through. But I refuse to spend that time in idleness. If all the same to you, I'd like to stay here with Angelo and continue with the treatment. The two of you should return to the Crystarium with Beck look and see if you can make some headway with the newly posited theories. I would tell you to rest first, but I see you're not to be convinced. The fire of youth. Let's return to the Crystarium then. Finally, I found you. Kaishiri? Sir, what are you doing all the way out here? The show back at Yulmore. Hey, guy's beside yourself, singing, pacing, the whole lot. Near enough begged me to go and find you. Sighing and pacing, you say? It must be urgent. I take it I will be returning to the Crystarium alone. Go on, then. There's not anything for you to do. Thank you, Becklook Lug. And off wanders the pupper. Sorry for bothering you and all that, but she says the future of Yomo's at stake. Lady Chai's up in the parlour, but not keen on best not keep her waiting, eh? It did look a little bit like the son of Blobby. Well, not here seems to be out of the ordinary. I do not see Lady Kai anywhere. Probably pacing around the sun again. Staring off in the distance and all that. Sighing. Strange. Let's see if we can find her and discover the source of her distress.
You're here.
Lady Chai, whatever is the matter?
I knew not where else to turn. Oh, this is all too much for my poor heart to bear alone.
Alone? What of Master Chai?
But that is the very reason I summoned you. He's gone.
What? What happened?
It all began after the events at Mount Gulg. With Lord Vorthry out of the way, we all agreed that a new leader must be chosen.
And so you held an election?
Yes, well, sort of. Not a single person volunteered to stand, you see. After a lifetime of leisure, we free citizens have grown somewhat indolent. Readapting to the harsh realities of life is trying enough, but to take charge of a broken city as well? No one wanted such responsibility. Nevertheless, Yulmore could not well do without a leader, and so we decided that anyone and everyone should be considered a candidate.
And after we cast our ballots and tallied the votes, the mayorship fell upon my dear husband.
Well, given the manner in which he orchestrated the construction of the giant Talos, none could deny his leadership qualities.
But even before then, he had proven himself at Daedalus Stoneworks, don't forget. He is more than qualified for the role. The perfect choice. Indeed. I told him as much when his victory was first announced. But perhaps I was too forceful in my attempt to encourage him. For shortly after that, he vanished without a word.
You believe he was so daunted by the burden of leadership that he felt compelled to flee? Please, Lady Chai, dry your eyes. Your husband does not strike me as the sort of man who would abandon his duty, much less his beloved wife. There has to be some other reason for his absence.
You truly think so? What about you? What do you think has become of my husband?
And there you have it, Lady Chai. You needn't worry. Master Chai loves you more than all the world, and he will return. Wherever he may have gone, rest assured we will find him.
Thank you, my dear boy. You have set my mind at ease. I will trust in my husband and await his return.
It makes no sense for Master Chai to leave without word. But even if he had, he would not have done so unobserved. Someone here will have seen something. I am sure of it. We should put up an inquiry as to whether anyone saw him leave, or failing that, if they have any idea where he might have gone. I will meet you at the Glory Gate to compare notes later on. No one wants to run a broken town. Alfie, no. Master Chai? Oh yes, I spoke with him recently. Though I recall he was in a rather dour mood. Concerned about Yuumo's neglect of industry, you see. With Lord Valtry's apparent inexcusable stores of mule, and no great need for money, it's no wonder our businesses were all but forgotten under his rule. I assure you, Master Chai, that the Boutique Splendors will do all it can to contribute to the revival of trade here in Yulmore, which seemed to satisfy him. He took his leave soon after. Bloody hell. You can tell I don't come to Yulmore that often. Ring Master Chai, are you? Something amiss? When I last saw him, he seemed ready to collapse from exhaustion. And he says he rests and catches his breath, and we talked for a while. As well as concerns for the city's defenses, amongst the other things. He made more than a few valid points. Many of our men are still recovering after your confrontation with Lord Valthree. And finally, General Ajit in a heap in the middle of the plaza shook us all to the core. The man commanded no smell of loyalty, and some of our longest-serving soldiers seemed lost without him. Indeed, none of them all left. Not that we blame you, of course. Without you and yours, we would still be blind to the errors of our ways. Anyway, finding permitting, I propose replenishing our ranks with volunteers from the derelicts and gate towns. We have a duty to protect not only Yomo, you see, but the surrounding regions of Kalugia as well. And I, for one, would welcome our men and any man or woman will take up arms for the cause. Indeed, I told him as much, and he seemed relieved to hear it. As I know that we parted ways. He had outside, as I recall. Man! I wonder what Chai could be so worried about. No industry to speak of. A massive class imbalance. I recall a man fitting that description. I has to speak with the poor buggers likely to come from right. Said he wanted to know the state of things down in the derelicts. Well, you can be sure we gave him an earful. Like food, medicine, clothing. There's plenty to tell. We hunt high and low for wherever we can scavenge, and it's barely enough to fill our bellies. The folk here don't just want to survive, they want to thrive. When he heard that, he started mumbling to himself. Something about finding us work, I think. Fair play to him, though. I can contend with having his ears screwed about the derelicts. He asked about the other settlements and all. After that, I can't really say. Well, looked like he's heading to Gate Town when I last saw him. He's worried that her husband is going to spark an unusual upset. He very well might, Ori. We might need to dote upon him again. Raise his spirits up. Ah, there you are. How did you fare? Have you learned anything about which might offer clues as to Master Chai's whereabouts? Interesting. He apparently paid a visit to the Queen Bee as well. Then discussed the possibility of granting admission to customers from outside Yomo. An idea which the proprietor was surprisingly receptive. Sounds like got big plans for the place. Yomo, I mean. Not the Bee. Perhaps. But the question remains. Where did he go after leaving the city? All we know for certain is that Master Chai is showing great concern not only for Yomo, but the surrounding settlements. Seems logical then. Having consulted those within the city walls, he would wish to do the same with those without. Rita, if you could go and make insights into right, I shall do likewise in solitude. K-Town, I leave to you, Kaishi. Fair enough. Where shall we meet when we're finished? Well, Top Rung seems like to be the place the next most likely destination. Let's reconvene there. Then, like one of us will have stumbled upon him by then. But if not, we'll be well situated to continue our search. No, the name doesn't ring any bells. There was a rather dapper-looking minstrel gentleman not here not long ago. You want to talk about the relations between Wright and Yulmore, or rather, the lack of them. Well, there's a great many people with their proposals of meal and the chance of a lavish life among the free. And Valtteri thought to take even more of us for conscripting the new able-bodied men who have been left to guard his paradise. And he tell you what happened when the Seniors came. Such things are hard to forgive. Valtteri's gone now, and we're curious to see what will become of Yulmore in his absence. That's why I told your friend. Chinos, was it? I'm sure the others said the same. Not what you wanted to hear, I suppose. But he left soon after, and that was that. So he paid a visit to the right and Gate Town as well, did he? I see. Kaishia and I claim much the same. He seems determined to salvage what goodwill might remain among the settlements of Kalusia. The only likely place he has left to being is Go's embassy. Come, if we are quick, we may yet catch up with him. Hey, Chai. Relena, Alvaro, Kaishi. What are you doing here? We must hear the same thing, Master Chai. We were looking all over for you. Looking for me? Whatever for? Lady Chai has been nigh inconsolable in your absence. She claims you disappeared without so much as a word and bade us return you to her side. What blazes are you talking about? I left a letter for her in our chambers. Though I suppose she could have overlooked it. And when she gets an idea into her head, I can only apologize. No, I'm done, Master Chai. But since we're here, might I ask what compels you to come all this way? You were told you had been elected mayor, and from what we had gathered from nearby villages, you've been inquiring about the people's grievances. Is it safe to assume you mean to take office? Now, let's not jump to conclusions. I did seek to learn about the problems faced by the people of Kalusia. That much is true, but I'm by no means sure I am the man to solve them. Taking our many challenges will require our resources, and until I secured them, it would not be right to assume the role of mayor. I see. And you believe said resources can be found here? Indeed. The people's grievances are many, but in course of many inquiries, I've already met with several individuals willing to lend their aid in addressing them. However, there remains one individual crucial to my plans. A man whose counsel may yet make a mayor of me. With respect, such forethought is in itself proof of your suitability. The city needs you, Master Chai, and I am certain this man of whom you speak, whoever he may be, will reach the same conclusion. For what little it is worth, we will vouch for you should you require convincing. I don't know what to say. You don't need to say anything. You've got your actions to speak for you. For as long as I can remember, all I ever wanted was to make it to Neo Mall. But that dream's gone now. Burst like a bubble. Or a boil, more like. Anyway, outside of repaying Master Alphino, I haven't a clue what to do with myself. Spent most days on a daze. But you've been running up and down trying to find a way to fix this mess for everyone. And I reckon you can do it. You got this lot up to Mount Gold, didn't you? How hard can it be? You're going to need to steer Yomo to a better future, I know it. And I want to help. Properly help. Do something that makes a difference. I don't know what it is yet. But I'll work it out on the way. If you let me come with you, that is. You're giving me entirely too much credit, the lot of you. I can't deny it gives me hot. Come, let's press on together. I can't believe how many characters I've given this voice to. Thank you, Master Chai. But we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. Yomo needs that more than a man with good intentions, which is why I am here to find one with the inexperience needed to see us thrive. Who is this man exactly? And are you certain he's here in Amity? Rendon is his name, and yes, he is. Or was. I had scarcely begun to explain myself when he declined his time was better spent elsewhere. He served as chief advisor of Valtry's father when he was in office. If Ranjit was the mayor's right hand, one might say Rendon was the left. And between them, they kept Yoma on the road to prosperity. The city is more than a mere man of business, which is why I must find it. But even if you do, what makes you think he'll listen? Before giving chase, might it be wise to speak with those who knew him here in Amity? You might shed some light on reasons for rejecting your overtures out of hand. Yes, I suppose that makes sense. Perhaps we just start with Tristal then. As I recall, you made a rather favourable impression on him. I'm sorry you would be willing to talk to us. Greetings, friends. And to you, too, Master Chai. I was you here to ask about Rendon? I couldn't help overhearing your earlier exchange. Yes, well, with Father gone, Yomo needs once for a leader. No one rise to the challenge for the city would very well collapse. I came seeking Rendon's counsel in the hopes that we could build a better Yomo together. And it is still my wish. We couldn't help... Abominably, you were mistreated there. I would quite understand if you chose not to help. Worry not, Master Chai. I bear no grudge against you or other people in Yomo, and I would not see you suffer for Valtry's villainy. As you no doubt gathered from your meeting earlier, Rendon can be rather uncompromising. He has his principles, you see, and a little patience for anyone he deems less committed to their own. Your desire to right the wrongs of your past, for Yomo's past, is quite admirable. But I fear the guilt you bear on the city's behalf works against you. I can see it in your eyes. The way you carry yourself, it goes without saying he sees it as well. You must let those feelings go, Master Chai. Be more assertive. Commit to this course. And prove to him Yomo has a chance to change. The resolve to change. I believe he is heading towards Pit 8 when he left. You plan to go and speak with him? I suggest you go be firm and clear in your intentions. Very well. To Pit 8 we shall go. And I will not take no for an answer. Nay, not even a maybe.
Well, well, it's you again. Well, I see you've invited your friends. Need them to fight your battles for you, do you?
I didn't invite them, as it happens. Though they are indeed my friends. Well, not only mine, but every true Yulmoran's. They are the ones who awakened us to the truth, to Lord Vorthry's villainy. The famous warriors of darkness.
Are they now?
Yes, they are. It would be no exaggeration to call them our saviors. We owe much and more to their kindness, but we cannot depend on that kindness forever. To do so would be a little different from entrusting our affairs to Lord Vorthry. Nay, we must learn to stand on our own 2 feet. And I would have them present to witness my attempt.
Hear, hear, Master Chai.
Your sentiments are admirable. Yet admirable sentiments do not a nation make. In my capacity as advisor, I once strove to build a better Yulmore. Gave honest counsel to my superiors, drafted laws for the benefit of one and all. But in time, my values fell out of favor. There was no need for them in this paradise Vorthry was creating. And so I left my homeland behind. But you, Chai News, you were content to wallow in indolence under Vorthry's auspices. And so I cannot help but ask myself what manner of nation you intend to build.
I can offer no simple answer to that question. But this much I will say. It is my hope that Yulmore can become a nation which her citizens might freely choose to build together. A great many people, myself included, flocked to Yulmore seeking sanctuary. The alternative being to live in fear and die in pain. It seemed an easy choice. And sanctuary we found. As much food and drink as we could ever want. Secured at the cost of the surrounding villages. Little wonder the people gathered at our doorstep, begging to work among the bonded. The free were blind to it all, of course. Content to, as you say, wallow in indolence. In ignorance. Were I mayor, I would first take stock of the city's resources and see that they were assigned equitably. Our days of reckless consumption are behind us. The distinction between free and bonded died with Vorthry. The needs of rich and poor alike must be considered if our nation is to survive. To which end I would take steps to secure channels for supplies, rekindle relations with nearby settlements, who re-establish industry, reach out to neighboring nations, and the list goes on and on. But I am no ruler, nor even a politician. I am an entrepreneur. My expertise lie in planning and profit. I haven't the knowledge or experience to run a nation. Please, Rendon, will you not help me? Together, we could solve the city's problems. Build a Yulmore for the people.
A Yulmore? more for the people. I rather like the sound of that. But before I offer you my counsel, I would be certain of your ability to perform the duties of office.
You would?
You ask me to help you solve Yulmore's problems, but first I would see you solve one on your own. Accomplish that, and you will prove both to me and the people that you are a man worth following.
Alpha only raises up a 7. Kai is just in tears. I need to be right back real quick, so, yeah. Back. Sorry about that. Had to refill my water. Ahem. Right then. Is there a particular issue you would have me resolve? You seem to conduct an assessment of the problems Yulmo now faces. I assume you will agree, therefore, the matter of dwindling food stores is the most pressing. Ah, yes. Mule being neither a desirable nor a less sustainable option is, I assume, alternative foodstuffs are now required to fill the void. And a man who hungers is not likely to contribute much to society. Save violence, perhaps. So tell me, how do you propose to solve this problem? Give me a satisfactory answer, and I'll consider offering you my counsel. A combination of measures would need to be seen to be in order. One to address the immediate issue of supply, and another that of production. Go on. For the present, Yomel's coffers can be used to purchase from our neighbours. This will afford us time to address the underlying problem that affects us all, the long-standing neglect of agriculture. The villages that once served as a source of trade or foodstuffs must be repopulated, their means of production restored. This assumes, of course, that we can rekindle relations with our neighbours, guarantee security and stability in the region, and most importantly, find people willing to leave the city and take up the rebuilding effort. My, think of that all by yourself, did you? Well, yes. I began as a rather abstract plan I drafted some time ago after speaking with the people of Yulmo and the nearby settlements. You've impressed me, Chinos. I have? Well, that is a relief. Oh, you haven't secured my support just yet. Only my attention. Grand plans will not be enough to persuade the masses. If you would ask them to rebuild, you must provide them the means to do so. A fair point, Rendon, and one to which I have given much thought. I propose to use the Talos to aid in the re-establishment and the maintenance of the settlements. Their employment should drastically improve the efficiency and ultimately increase production. Talos? But Yellowstone must close their doors years ago. Without a ready supply of necessary equipment, the people would starve before your plans could be put into effect. Well, as the heir to Daedalus Stoneworks, it just so happens that Talos are my field of expertise. With a little help, I'm quite certain that we can acquire what we need in no time at all. Rebuild robots! He's starting to believe. I love this picture, by the way. This is one of my favorite before mission preview images. There's the Talos in the background going, hug! Alphino running for his life. Kai just going, hey, Rendon. Ah! Rendon is quite right. Building Talos from scratch will require time we simply do not have. Which is why I propose to make use of the long abandoned Talos which wander in the fields of Kalusia. They will need to be deactivated, of course, and if memory serves, the tools required to do so will still be at the top rung. Come with me. What problem you have me solve? Read Urian's new book. Oh, I don't think that's possible. Credits roll the shadow. I don't know. I expect Dorianji, when he finally writes a book, would write quite a wonderfully paced tale. He's starting to believe. I should watch The Matrix tomorrow. That feels like a thing to do tomorrow. Aha! The old memory hasn't let me down. This chest contains canisters filled with dashingly potent and silently powder, capable of holding the flow of ether and Talos. We need only get within throwing distance of one and let fly. Thus disabling them without damaging them. Ingenious! A no trick of the trade, nothing more. Once disabled, it would be simple enough to get them to Marcielmo. More extensive repairs can wait. Ordinarily, this is where I would ask you to run along and do the deed. But as I said before, it's high time we learn to stand on our own 2 feet. Thankfully, throwing cancer is something even I should be able to manage. Come over, Master Chai. Even if Tao's in a threat, there's 100 of them. And what other things out there waiting to make a meal of you? That is maybe Kaishi. But the Rendon taught me as solving this problem. I will not sit idly by while others risk everything seen by hard-brained scales realized. Not this time. Which isn't to say the mere thought of it doesn't fill me with dread. Truth be told, I can't feel my legs. If I'm to prove I'm a man worth following, I must lead by example. Well said, Master Chai. Yes, well, it should go without saying that I have no intention of dying for this. I've always prepared living the free fruits of my labour. And to make sure I do, I will require your help. It is as Kaishi says, these lands are dangerous if one is not careful. I would ask that you to use my spyglass to look out for any beasts that could get in the way of my work. I will also need you to alert me when it's safe to subdue the towers. Understood? Good. Then let's be off to the quick way. Through the north gate and see if we can find a suitable vantage point for you. Yeah. Actively, I love the entire original trilogy. I enjoyed the 4th one as well. Like, sure, it wasn't as good as the first 3, but I still enjoyed it. But I did it! Let's move on to another town, shall we? Uh-oh. A little too early. Do I have to start again? Yeah, we do. The future could not be changed. Our vision was mailed.
I do believe I'm getting the hang of this. You may leave the next one to me, Relina. Shies are like every genre of the one of this game. Ha! That should do it. Now we have all we need to proceed. Madam, you appear to be very close to Master Chai. Robot building visual novel, say sim, farm sim, stealth action. I can scarcely believe it. It was a reckless, foolish plan, but somehow it worked. I did it. Master Chai, I believe I owe you an apology. Your plan to replenish Yomo's full source showed forethought and sound judgment. What's more, this plain your time at Daedalus Stoneworks has equipped you to lead, as evident by your extraordinary company you keep. You, sir, are more than qualified to be the next mayor of Yulmore. I thank you for your vote of confidence. But the fact remains, I am not wholly ignorant of the world of politics. I am wholly ignorant of the world of politics. Which is why I would ask you to join me. I grant Yulmore the benefit of your counsel. I would be honored. When the people behold these tales, I have no doubt they will lend you their support. It would seem Yulmore's leadership is in capable hands. Would you not agree? We should probably get back soon. Master Chai, how do you take her with the towels and all that lady? Lady Chai is worried sick.
Right then, form a line and make for Yulmore.
We probably should have told people we were doing this, by the way. Phone ahead.
What's that noise? Wicked White! Runaway Talos! Call the guard! Stay back! All of you!
But of course I'm back. You didn't see... Dearest, I can't...
Chinese is now dead.
Oh! Oh dear.
Oh, thank you.
I'm sorry, my darling. It's just the sight of you filled me with such joy, I couldn't help myself.
Oh, no, it's all right, dear. I should have just come out and said what it was I was intending, instead of entrusting the task to a hastily scribbled letter.
Does that mean you'll do it?
Well, I'm here, aren't I? I mean, not that my absence signified any unwillingness, you understand? Oh, no, naught could be further from the truth. I only left to enlist the aid of the former mayor's senior advisor. And now that I have it, I believe I am ready to take office.
Oh, how wonderful!
Please!
You see what happens when you deny the developers their Hildebrand? I dare say the future of Yulmo's never looked brighter. Spy snapping is imminent. That was quite the reception. One Master Chai will struggle to forget. More seriously, the arrival of Taos has seized the public's attention. One would spread around Yulmo. It will be much simpler to gather one and all so that Master Chai can make his inaugural address. No need to fret, Verena. I have never felt better. And that's not all over relevant prospect of addressing assembled masses of Yulmor. As for where to do it, if I were to accommodate everyone who might be so wish to attend, I suppose a only large area would be in the emergement. Then I would go and spread the word among the citizens, both free and bonded. And then you are to assemble there to meet with their new mayor. You're there, Kaishir, was it? Would you like to go inform the residents of Gate Towns and the derelicts? Of course I will! Good lad. I'll let the guards know not to bar the weight of all three chambers. It goes without saying that I would expect the Wire Darkness to attend, assuming she's available. Might as well see us through the bitter end, eh? Doorman of the Crown Lift will show you up. Alright. Let's go be a metaphorical pug blanket. Why didn't I teleport? Yeah, you can go snowflake. It goes boing and boing, 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 and boing.
Ah, yes, Master Child, told you to expect you. The engagement is already filling up with the people of all persuasions, free-embodied citizens and non-citizens. But for you, our guest of honor, we have reserved a place at the front. Right this way, miss.
Go on, dear.
Thank you all for gathering here today. But before going any further, could I ask the free citizens of Yulmore to look around? Tis a sight none of us would ever have seen under Lord Forthry's rule. Not only do we stand in the familiar presence of those we once called the Bonded, but today we welcome the peoples of the Derelicts and Gate Town too. Today we welcome the Warriors of Darkness, come to bear witness to Yulmore's new beginning. As you know, an election was recently held, at the end of which I had the honor of being chosen to succeed Lord Forthry. You place great faith in me, and I promise to do my utmost to live up to your expectations, and I will seek always to carry out the duties of this office with integrity and fairness. Always, I say, but not forever. Let it be known that I do not intend to hold this post indefinitely. I consider myself but an acting mayor, who will serve only for the interim, while Yulmore is reshaped according to a new set of values. No longer can we think of ourselves as divided, as the free and the bonded, citizens and non-citizens. The systems put in place by Lord Forthry must be undone. But even as we tear down the old, we must give thought to the new, to what manner of nation Yulmore should become. Whatever the answer may be, it cannot be decided by one man alone. And so I propose that an open forum be held, that we might all discuss how best to strive towards a better future. However, there can be no talk of the morrow unless we first address the issues of today. Securing new sources of food, rebuilding relations with our neighbors, re-establishing industry. There is much and more that needs to be done. Too much for a mere man of business. And so I pledge instead to do everything in my power to ensure our city's security and stability while we all work together to see these problems solved. The road before us will not be easy, and I know full well how daunting the prospect of honest labor may seem to some of you. But we must accept the reality of our circumstances. We must move forward. This much we owe to ourselves and to the brave heroes who risked their lives to bring back the night. Once we have shored up our city's foundations and regained some semblance of normality, let us reconvene to speak of the future. Until then, I humbly ask that you lend me and each other your strength. For Yulmore!
I do believe you can add civilization to the list of games that Chai does. Instead of this one. That was a fine speech, Master Chai. I believe your words stirred every soul in attendance. Stirring into action, I hope. If I have ever learned of anything of this, is that change begins with the individual. 'Tis but a matter of finding the strength to take the first step. Assuming my fellow yeomen can, it shall be my honour and privilege to help you walk the road we have chosen. But we must not forget the individuals who made all these changes possible. Were it within my power, I would carve a tribute to your heroes into every stone upon which this city stands. I hate to change the subject, darling, but now that you have taken office, have you given any thought to your mayoral seat? We will not be moving into the emigrant, dearest. It's too big, for one thing, and too far from the people another. We will retain our current residence, and I will be given here in the park. Oh, I was hoping you'd say that. I much prefer the view from the parlour. Beg your pardon, Master Chai, but have you got time for a word? Yes, of course. Hatton Bet? Aye, that's me. I like your speech. We're spoke outside these walls as don't have enough food to last till tomorrow. I'm more who count in crumbs. You ever plan to change that? I want to help set things in motion. Then we have much to discuss. No sooner do I take office than my work begins in earnest. Well, I suppose I brought it upon myself. Thank you again for your help, Relina. I hope to see you again before long. What a day. I don't know what it means exactly, but I do know I've got plenty to think about. I sense we all have a great deal to think about. I have resolved to remain here until such time as your most future was secured. But it's clear to me now that the sea is in capable hands. I have every confidence that they will find their way, and I believe it's time we went on ours. Now that is someone I didn't expect to be streaming already. I think I know who I'm raiding tonight already. So Atheno's leaving too, is he? Seems like everything's moving on. Everything's changing. I've been thinking about what I should do in all this. Like I told you, I spent most of my life dreaming about living here with my friends in paradise. That paradise is gone, but something's better to take its place. I reckon I want to be a part of it. This Yomo for the people message has been going on about in gonna build itself after all. Not that much of a builder. Even my friends will find a way to make a difference though. Keep things going on for the better. A far nobler dream than for one to come before. But one I am happy to say we share. Whatever the path you choose, I will pray for your success. Well, when you put it like that, there's no going back now, is there? We've got a few ideas on how we can do it for a bit. Just a matter of taking the first step. Surely to see Kaishia thus inspired by your actions is inspiring in itself. Yet however much I wish to stay and see what comes of his efforts here in Gilmore, your matters of our own to attend to. Come, we should return to the Crystal Tower. Mayhap Beckluck's studies have borne fruit in our absence. Crystarium! Why you so huge? Welcome back. Yeah, great to understand a new mayor has been taken office in Yulmore. Indeed, our good friend Master Chai was elected by popular vote, and after some considerable soul searching, chose to accept the post. It's a shame you weren't able to attend his inaugural speech. No doubt you'll see more of him in the future. But tell me, how fared you in preparing the White Ore site? Our work did not proceed quite as expected. In your absence, we had a frank discussion of the principles of soul transference and concluded at length that White Ore site was ill-suited for our purpose. It says, Praetoriange, did you not say that, compared to the massy soul of an Asian, the stone could house one of ours with ease? That I did. And armed as we are with Beckluck's invaluable insight, 'twould indeed provide a trifling matter, were we to disregard the inviolable link twixt mind and soul. A link which we did lately realize be weakened most precarious in process of rendering our souls dormant. As our type doth require, thus the shedding of these fleshy simulacra and the suffrate of ether which composeth them, with no likelihood deprive us of our psyches as well.
It would theoretically be possible to channel your minds into our sight instead, but we would be more than likely to sacrifice your souls in the process. Which is why we abandoned that plan and instead devoted our time to finding a means by which mind and soul might be transported together. And we are no closer to the solution than we first began. It is a vexing conundrum, but one for which the crystal nectar is poised a most intriguing solution. When our discussions turned to the transference of memories and psyche, I chose not to help be reminded of which a technique of which I have personal experience. Relina, do you recall what we learned of my eyes from the encounter with Doga and Unea? I speak of the red eye of the elegant imperial line, given to my forebears, though the blood and memories of ancient elegance. It is by this gift that I am able to control the crystal tower. If we were to gain understanding of the technology by which the elegants were able to accomplish this transference, perhaps then we could keep mind and soul together. Imagine, if you will, a device like unto a soul crystal, replete not only with our worldly memories, but also the bountiful energies of the soul. That is our current avenue of investigation, and we will follow it wherever it so leads. While we were thus engaged, I think it best for Alina to return to the source and inform Cryon and the others of our findings. Agreed. I imagine Tatara will be relieved to hear we've made progress of a sort. Then I would beg leave to relay your findings unto Thancred and Reen, and to assist where I may in the investigation of the empty. Yes, please do. Should we need your counsel, we will not hesitate to summon you. Give our regards to Taro, won't you? Alright. And that ends 5.1. We're making good progress. We're not quite where I wanted to be yet, but we are definitely getting there. Once again, it appears I chose rightly for starting so goddamn early. Relina, you're back! How did everything go in the first? Wait, don't tell me. Cryo will be here shortly, and she'll want to hear too. She'll just be tending to the others. The bodies, I mean. Gods, I don't think I'll ever get used to saying that. Anyway, if you can tell us everything the moment that she gets here. Buckle up, folks. We're in for cutscene time.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I've carried out the treatment as per Master Matoya's instructions. It should slow the destabilization of their corporeal ether quite significantly. But tell me, how fare our friends in the first?
So this Becklug's the first to lead an authority on soulcraft, are they? Sounds promising.
And Urianger's proffered solution of white auracite is rather ingenious now that I think of it. Well, while they press on with their preparations, you may rest assured we will continue to do our part here.
You're back. And none the worse for wear, I see.
Estinian! Oh, thank the gods! We've been worried sick. Did you lose your link pearl or something?
The situation in Garlemald has become more complicated. I was making my escape from the capital when I ran into one of yours, Riol. He thought it best we come straight here.
More complicated how?
Where to begin? After entering the Empire via Razat Han, I went about my mission of investigating Black Rose. It was then, inside a provincial factory, that I encountered the one who styles himself Shadow Hunter, Gaius Baelsar. Our goals being apparently aligned, we joined forces and ventured on into the heart of the capital, to the very Imperial Palace itself. There, we found a man whom all assumed dead. But his soul lives on, and he has wrested back his flesh. Xenos Ye Galvas. Nor did the surprises end there, for no sooner had we arrived than he murdered his sire in cold blood. The Emperor is dead. This sent Gaius into a rage, and he charged in, blade drawn.
What's wrong?
I've seen him in action. His body, at least. You will not pass him alone. Nay, death will not come easily to that thing. If you would join me, then by all means. The Black Wolf and the Azure Dragoon. I suppose this might suffice. Come then. Give me your spots. Simple pleasure of one's own flesh. There's truly no place like home. Abomination! Whatever he is, Brolina was barely a match for him. And we stay here much longer. Emperor Varus! Your Radiance! Are you alright? We may well welcome. Your Radiance! No!
Must everything be most mildly sporadically spoiled? The world conspires to bore me. I have no choice to remain. I leave these vermin to you. Xenos! Well, any bright ideas? Just one. Ah! Your radiance! The intruders are taking flight. I repeat, the intruders are taking flight. Deploy all available magitech. We cannot let them escape. I agree, Cap. It is actually really cool. They all have deep attacks. They know each other, what? 3 days? Bring them back! Let's keep moving. Well, it is the capital, Thadian. It's going to be BJSK with the mech. Prepare to blow up in 3, 2, 1. We make ourselves even march moving together. Suggest we split up. Alright then. I'll take the low road, so to speak. I will see you outside. Stay safe. I mean, Gaius was one of their main military men beforehand. He probably knows the stratagem quite well. And I'm sorry, Darth, I don't think they have the Golden Throne here. Well, someone's been busy. Volatile prototype, Arch Ultima. And should you bar my way, would you? So be it. Come, Needhog, lend me your strength. It may as well be Nori. This is another plotline you guys are going to have to wait for a few weeks for answers about. Oh, we're doing it. Just... I need to prioritize. So you're running for the chase. Ready for all day up? We get pinned. I bet you this is a song you guys didn't expect to hear again. They assemble 14! I see what you did there. You've had one icon devouring mecha, two if you include both others. Why not three? Stands to reason, cat. Why stop at 3? Make more! She's using the angry salamander! Needhog, show them your fury. guardians and their Makana. Now, where are you guys?
Are you all right?
Peer into my past, did you?
Well, I didn't quite relive the experience as you did, but I bore witness to it all.
I'm still not sure what I think of this gift of yours, but no matter. Our confrontation was cut short when the Imperial Guard arrived. It was then that Xenos took his leave, citing boredom.
To think their research into the Echo could bear such fruit. Escaping death, jumping from one body to the next, and returning to his own after all this time. He is an Ascian in all but name.
It beggars belief, aye. But no more than a hero traversing the rift between worlds. My concerns are far more prosaic. With the Emperor dead and the Crown Prince missing, the Empire is in disarray. Until order is restored, assuming it even possible, we needn't fear an Imperial reprisal. And for reasons of his own, Xenos took it upon himself to rid the world of Black Rose. Riol has already gone to apprise the Alliance leaders of these developments. We may leave the matter in their hands for now.
Then perhaps we have seen the last of the fighting at Gimlet. Though, if it comes to civil war, I cannot help but fear for the provinces. Ah, I'd nearly forgotten to ask. What became of Gaius? Did he not escape with you?
That he did, but we parted ways shortly after leaving Garlemald. He claimed another threat had arisen which demanded his attention. He didn't elaborate, but the absence of some device or other in the capital gave him reason to believe they're planning something. Lest you worry, I believe he has well and truly shed the Black Wolf's pelt. Conquest is no longer his objective. We may safely leave him to his own devices.
Well, it's nice to have one less foe to worry about, even if we do have a mysterious new threat to look out for instead. Speaking of which, I'll see that Riol and our shinobi are made aware. Though we still know next to nothing, it can't hurt to be vigilant.
Well then, with Black Rose nipped in the bud, I believe I've fulfilled my part of the bargain.
That's true, but with the Archon still slumbering away, we were hoping you might agree to stay with us for a little bit longer.
Sorry, but I'm not inclined to extend my contract. Gaius isn't the only one with business to attend to.
Thank you for your help then, Estinian. I see why Alphino admires you so.
Farewell, my friend. See that you don't make a habit of dozing off in battle.
I suppose we should all be getting on then. As ever, we will see to the Archon's needs. In the meantime, why not get some rest? You've more than earned it. Go on.
And yeah, I imagine it is quite awkward when Lena's doing that, going through an echo bit. Especially as you know she's looking at something in your past. Could be fucking anything. You must be shattered after all that happened back and forth between worlds. Why not stay here for a bit rest for a while? I'm sure Beck and Luke can manage without you. They've got enough silence to help them, if you ask me. Meanwhile, in Garlemald. Traitors! You dare deny Lord Nevra the throne? Ah! Onward! Before this day is done, victory shall be ours! This is like make up look itself. Boring, boring, boring. Do you think I find it amusing? Like dogs herding cows to the slaughterhouse. That Hugh, your soul. Who are you? Before your majesty, I am but another dog, lost in run of a new master. A hunting dog, if you should so wish it. For I know full well the prey you would seek next. Zodiac. Meanwhile, and Yulmore in the first. Did you hear? The mayor's reopening dead on the stoneworks. I'm not looking for labourers. There's talk of resettling the old abandoned villages too. They're even laying in on the free towns to help anyone willing to move. Make the move. Free towels! Huh, we best get packing. Steady word board and lodging? If that's not a recipe for hope, I don't know what is. Hope. Yes, as long as I yet live, I'll see the feeble flame rekindled. It is my destiny to see our dream fulfilled. Dun dun dun!
Man, I remember my confusion when I first saw that. Just like the, what? What? I have so many questions! Anyway, we're not done yet. Relina. My, what a pleasant surprise. If you come to inquire about the Archons, fear not. Master Matoya's treatment has proven effective in stabilizing the corporeal ether. We mustn't grow complacent, however. Potent though these magics may be, they're not without limits. We can only hope they afford us enough time for the Crystal XR to complete its work. If only we could go with you to the first and help. Pardon the interruption, but I come bearing urgent news. Ah, Relina. It's been far too long, my friend. Forgive me, I don't believe we have been formally introduced. Maxima Foma Garland, Ambassador. I remain here on Eorzea under the hopes of auspicious Commander Alden, offering what comes so I can in the hopes of resolving present conflicts with the Empire. Ah, yes, I've heard of the stories of the fight from Garlemald. But never that. Fine, leave it, bro. Indeed. As you may have heard, the Imperial capital is in turmoil, and a sizable portion of the Garlean forces have been recalled from the Grim Dark. When their numbers are so diminished, the main host of the Alliance is the border. And it is there we should most welcome unexpected visitor who claims that the de-escalation may belly to growing dangerous and unforeseen threats. Commander Alden has arranged for an impromptu meeting to discuss these revelations. He is also required a representative of the Scions attend as well, though it was clear to whom he wished to extend the invitation. It would seem time is of the essence. Well, you'll not be attending this meeting alone, though I'm not as well versed in the affairs of the Crystal City-States of our commanders. Comrades, I see no reason to burden a single Scion with all this. Yes, of course. But we must make out with the Alameda quarter with haste. Well, what are we waiting for? Get going, you two. Amigo. Yes, my goal is that one. Yeah, we won't be going too much longer, but there is a quest I want to end on so that the next stream isn't too long. Commander Alden awaits us in the Royal Palace. Ever follow me?
They're here, Commander.
And I, for one, am grateful that they are.
told you've been busy since our paths last crossed at the Gimlet Dark. Not that I understand half of it. When the Scions spoke of other worlds, I'd struggled to describe what I pictured. Mayhap things would seem clearer were I to hear the tale from your own lips. But I'm afraid the situation will not afford us that luxury. I trust you two require no introduction.
We meet again, hero of Eorzea. Must we repeat this ridiculous display? I pose no threat to you, though what I come to warn you of very well might.
Had he meant to do us harm, I hazard he would have kept to the shadows, and brought more than 2 companions. We need not pretend to be the best of friends, but I hope we can put aside our differences for the present.
As you are doubtless aware, Sir Estinian and I cooperated to rid the world of Black Rose in your absence. Our journey together took us as far as the Imperial Palace, where we witnessed Emperor Varus meet his death at Xenos' hand. Being the sole witnesses to this crime, and in no position to defend our innocence, we were then forced to flee, each pursuing his own avenue of escape. When we were later reunited, Estinian claimed to have encountered an unfamiliar kind of machina during his flight, but to me his description seemed anything but, and upon further investigation I found that I was right. The Empire is developing a new Ultima weapon.
What, that Allagan monstrosity, created to vanquish primals, with which you yourself once thought to conquer Eorzea?
The same. In my foolishness, I sought to harness its power, and became the Ascian's pawn in so doing. But you know as well as I how that tale ended. The weapon itself, excavated from beneath this very city, was destroyed ere we could fully unravel its secrets, and that should have been the end of it. But unlikely as it sounds, the Empire's efforts to recreate it have somehow borne fruit, primarily through secret research conducted by the 7th Imperial Legion, it would seem.
Wait, the 7th was all but annihilated at Cartano, along with its legatus.
Indeed, few survived. The 7th, as it is now, has little in common with the Legion led by Vandarnus, and its leadership has changed hands several times since. Precisely how this project has continued despite such turmoil, and under whose auspices, remains a mystery. What we do know, however, is that a number of prototypes have been produced, and that one of them is on its way to Eorzea. We attempted to stop it, but it was all we could do to slow its progress, so we resolved instead to bring you warning.
And right glad are we that you did, though it soundly dashed our hopes that tensions might ease at last.
As it is, we've begun to strengthen our presence in the Gimlet Dark, and are assembling a force to meet the coming threat. A force with you in its vanguard, I hope.
Yes.
Before you say anything, I know full well you have pressing concerns of your own. Your comrades remain in peril, and I would not ask you to forsake them. But the fact remains that you, and you alone, have faced the Ultima weapon, and emerged victorious. We need you. And so, when the time comes, if your comrades can spare you, I bid you lend us your strength. I've assigned an officer to await your word.
The Ascian's downfall was to be the work of my remaining days. But it was my hand that kindled these flames, and I cannot allow them to spread any further. I will do what I must to see this mistake consigned to history once and for all. Even if it means begging your aid. The Fates will enjoy the irony, even as I endure the ignominy.
I too shall make for the border and offer my skills, meager though they seem in such company. Mayhap we shall meet there anon.
Though we can ill afford to ignore the coming of a new Ultima weapon, our friend's plight grows ever more precarious, and none save you can join them in the first. I only hope you are not forced to make a choice.
You know what that scene really drives into my head? Gaius is so big. Sorry. Raban is so big, he makes Gaius look small. As ever, the way forward is paved with difficult decisions. We can ill afford to ignore the threat of a new Ultima weapon. With each passing day, the plight of the Silence grows ever more perilous. If you cannot stay for a debriefing on the Ultima weapon, I'll not stop you. I only see you confer with me before returning to the first. Did they update that? I think you're ready to return to the first? Then I would ask you to praise the others of recent events here in Source, namely Xenos' return and the development of a new Ultima weapon. As for their bodies, you may assure them Master Matoya and I will continue to do what we can to keep their corporeal ether stable. Safe travels, Relina. I hope to see you and the other Scions soon. Now, I will also say on the 30th, we probably will be starting a little early still. An hour, maybe an hour and a half early. We'll see how things are on the day, because there is something we will need to do a duty finder for. Come at a most opportune time, my friend. I made something of a breakthrough in my research on the souls and a means to return to the Science home. I trust you too have been making good use of your time. Little times from the source, you see. Now, some of the others, we might all be appraised of the situation.
Now that we are all here, what news from the source?
A new Ultima weapon? We must count ourselves lucky that Gaius has pledged his assistance.
While this is indeed a worrying development, I think the state of the Empire as a whole greater grounds for concern. With the Emperor slain and Xenos returned, it is impossible to predict how matters will unfold in Garlemald. The Ultima weapon may be but the first of many unpleasant surprises.
The situation beareth closer observation, of that there is no doubt, and doth compound our need to return unto the source.
Then let us address that issue. Our long search for a means to see you safely home may well be nearing its conclusion. Thanks in large part to Urianger and Beklug's invaluable insight, we have succeeded in fashioning a vessel for the journey.
We set out to create a crystalline container retaining the more useful properties of white aurosite, but without its regrettable limitations. And after a good deal of trial and error, we made one. An ark for soul and mind both that will allow your incorporeal self in its entirety to be ferried between worlds. A spirit vessel, if you will. However...
Though the vessel is possessed of the requisite qualities to hold mind and memory, it wanteth yet for a means to receive of them. For that, we must needs imbue it with the Exarch's innate gift.
A gift that lives on only through the blood of the Allagan Emperors, which certainly does not flow within aurosite or any other crystal.
Just so, milady. The blood serveth as a conduit of sorts. In its absence, memory cannot pass from mind unto mind, nor from flesh unto crystal.
That being the case, we must either alter the process of inheritance so as to require no such thing, or determine a means by which my blood may permeate the vessel. I am hopeful that the records found within this tower will yield the knowledge we require to pursue one or the other of these avenues.
As well you should be. The Allagan's body of etherological research is extraordinary. I can scarce believe it the work of ages past. But its underlying principles are not so very different from those of my own field of study. Given time, we will find the answers we seek.
I know that you can ill afford to wait, and it pains me that I must ask you to do so. I can only reaffirm my promise to you that a solution will be found. Whatever it takes, I will see you safely home.
My apologies.
I do hope you haven't come to tell us that mortal peril fast approaches.
No. I had hoped to speak with the Warrior of Darkness. But there is no need to cut short your meeting on my account. I will be waiting outside.
Why not speak in here? She knows I don't mind. Unless she didn't want to.
Perhaps I might accompany you. Though I am woefully ill-qualified to assist in the Exarch's research, I may yet be of some use to Lena.
Come again, Alfie. It may simply be my imagination, but Lena has been rather brusque with me of late. You don't suppose she's still upset over the mishap with the salmon fillet, do you? What? What mishap with the salmon fillet? I must confess, while I enjoy my fair share of scholarly research, it'll be a good step outside for a spot of fresh air. Now then, shall we go and speak with Lena? The fuck happened with the salmon fillet? We have little time, so I will be brief. A Senator has been sighted in Lakeland, and ask for your assistance in slaying it. A Senator? I'd heard of some few yet remained after the night they returned, but perhaps we should call the others. That would not be necessary. It is only a single Senator. A simple task for our guard, I should think. That said, I believe fighting alongside the warrior of darkness would be a valuable experience for them. Peace can lead to complacency, and they gain nothing from an easy victory. But you do not underestimate your foes. However harmless they may seem, my men will do as well to learn from your example. Excellent. Let's make it for a fourth job. Salmon fillet. Like, Raha, I know you're a cat, but I think you could be safe to assume that has nothing to do with how you ate a fish. I would hope. Wait here for a moment. I will gather the others. You may not remember, but you have met these soldiers once before, though only in passing. Long have they awaited the opportunity to fight at your side. I was at death's door the day we came after the Senators attacked. If you and yours hadn't come along, I'd likely step through. I wouldn't have been alone. Your courage and selflessness is something we all aspire to. I too was there that terrible day. My friend was transformed into a Senator before my very eyes, and I had no choice but to cut her down. The thought of returning to the field, of holding a blade again, it filled me with dread. But there's no way to honor her or my comrades, and so I've returned. I swear I will not let you or anyone else down from this day forward. A pleasure to meet you, miss. Surely, seems like only yesterday I watched as you took flight aside an Emerald to go and save the Oracle. Strange to think that Yeoman soldiers once locked blades with are now on our side. But we'll do our utmost to keep the peace here in Lakeland. You seem to be missing one. We seem to be missing one. My apologies, Captain Lena. Another gentleman asked if I could escort them to Claremont. It took longer than anticipated. I have not begrudged your desire to help those in need. The soldier must be punctual, especially when we play host to honored guests. It won't happen again. The name is Taylor. I'm sure you don't remember, but we went once before in the infirmary. I asked you to deliver a message to the Exarch and the Warrior of Darkness. Well, did I know I was already talking to her. Don't give up. Don't give in. I gave those words close to my heart, and the boundless beautiful skies above serve as a reminder of their importance. My friend got to see the knight's return shortly before he passed. He left this world with a smile, satisfied with a glimpse of what's to come. There are countless others who weren't so fortunate. They gave their lives for the promise of a future they'll never know, and so it fails us to do everything we can to fulfill the promise. No matter what, we won't give up. We won't give in. Your heroes have inspired all of our guardsmen in much the same manner. Our scouts at Northern Staging Point have not yet had the pleasure of meeting you in person. Let us not keep them waiting.
Did you slay this eater? Your orders were to await the main force before engaging.
No, Captain. It wasn't us, I swear it. A man came out of nowhere and cut it down before we knew what was happening.
By himself? Certainly it is no light warden, but nevertheless.
It's true. Felled it with a single swing of his axe, he did. I've never seen anything like it. So I says to him, "Who are you, the warrior of bleeding darkness?" And he says, "No, I'm a warrior of light." And that was it. Buggered off as quick as he came.
A warrior of light? Why would someone go around calling himself that, though? It was those bastards who caused the flood. I mean, if you were going to pretend to be anyone, it'd be her. The warrior of darkness.
Eh? Oh, I didn't know. It's an honor.
Since the Eater is no longer a threat, our work here is done. Return to your posts.
I had hoped to fight at your side today. But I'll continue to follow your example, and may we meet again.
I apologize for the wasted journey. It seems I overestimated the threat. As for this warrior of light, I do not know who would be brazen enough to take that mantle for his own. Whatever it may once have meant, it is forever tainted by the association with the Flood. The Exarch told me the truth of Ardbert and his comrades' deeds, and I am aware they played some part in your own triumph. But to most, they are synonymous with the calamity that befell this world. Still, if this man is minded to destroy Sin Eaters, I may forgive him his unfortunate choice of alias. But that is neither here nor there. I thank you for accompanying me.
With that concluded, shall we return to the Crystarium? There is a proposal I should like to make.
Forgive me. There is one more thing. a personal concern of mine. I had hoped you might have a moment to speak privately.
Take your time. I shall go on ahead.
I will not mince words. This matter concerns the Exarch. Though his countenance belies his age, his demeanor never has. He has seen more than any man should and grown ever more weary with time. But I see I give the wrong impression. While it is true he attempted to open a letter with a salmon fillet the other evening, we are not here because I suspect his mind is deteriorating. Nor do I believe him to be so maddeningly unconcerned by the prospect of his own death as he once was. Indeed, the opposite is true. It is for this reason that I seek your advice. Since he returned from the Tempest, the Exarch is not as he was. He seems a different man. A younger man. I know not the details of his research, but when I saw him at work recently, there was a glint in his eye that I had never seen before. He looked happy. It was as if he had peered into the future and for the first time found joy there. Though it gladdens me to see him thus, I wonder if I should not keep my distance. I fear that my presence will only anchor him to the past, remind him of all the pain that came before. Are you sure? Then perhaps we might remain as we were. As we have always been. What a relief. In that case, I will have to speak with him about the amount of time he is spending at work. This research is important, I know, but if he refuses to consider his own health, I will have to consider it for him.
I will not keep you. You and your comrades have much to discuss. I will see the others back to their posts. That was a really cute scene. And it's hilarious imagining Graha trying to open a letter with a piece of fish. The others were quite shocked to hear what happened we found at Lakeland. But now that you're here, there's a proposal I would like to make. I've been spending a great deal of time in the Cabinet of Curiosity, and of late I've noted that more and more people pursuing books and history. The years leading up to the Flood in particular. I suspect they wish to know more about the Warriors of Light. As well they should.
Nearly everything I've come across describes them as sin eaters or worse. Regardless of whether or not this warrior of light is who they claim to be, I'm worried that the sudden appearance in conjunction with this renewed interest in their predecessors may lead to growing unrest and fear. If the people of the Crystarium seek the truth, I say we give it to them. I, too, can attest to the falsehoods found within the full many of the Cabinet's tomes, with nary a mention of the noble deeds of Albert and his comrades. To be fair, they bear some responsibility for the flood, and when the tale is told again and again in the course of a century, I am not surprised to see their roles distorted and them painted as villains. Were enough for the record stored within the Crystal Tower, I would have had no reason to question the narrative. Unfortunately, that knowledge was of no use, for when I arrived here in the first, their reputation had already been irreparably tarnished. That said, there still remain those who worked tirelessly to defend their good name in those early days of the flood. Considering all the good they had done, I find it a wonder they needed defending at all. They brought the justice of the man who misused my magic to bring about the fall of Albert. That such heroes could be spoken of in the same breath as sin eaters is absurd. Under normal circumstances, I would agree. As time passed, those who knew firsthand of their good deeds dwindled. In the end, only one truth remained. They were the who caused the flood. With the world on the brink of oblivion, it's all too easy for the warriors of light to become villains deserving of only resentment and hate. At which point the truth mattered little. We're not changing our lot. Thanks to you all, however, their lot has changed. Now they may heed the long-forgotten truth. You claimed it was Albert who helped you overcome Emmett's Out, correct? Such a revelation would do well to sway the hearts of those who knew him only as a villain. I shared this with a select few, but one and all must be told of a sacrifice. To that end, I would say we proceed with Alphino's plan. We call together the people of the Crystarium and recount to them the tale of the warriors of light and the flood that followed in their wake. Well, what say you, Rowena? Then we're all in one mind on the matter. Good. Exarch, I ask you to continue working with Becklug and our means of returning home. The rest of us will see to gathering the people of the Crystarium and Zedra. I have to reach out to anyone and everyone who might be willing to lend me a... With any luck, word will spread and more will accompany them. That would be the Charlayan start. But I don't know who runs it on the first. This was not where I wanted to get to. But I feel myself fading. So I'm going to do the healthy thing. And we're going to call it here. We will not be streaming next week for, I want to say, an obvious reason. My stream day happens to be coinciding with another. It's in fact the day I get back from Kirsty. So I'll probably be exhausted. So, I will be streaming on the 30th of December, where we will do our part
to finish the true story of Shadowbringers. I hope you guys enjoyed yourself tonight. I really do. And as I already said, I know exactly who I am raiding tonight. But I suspect one of you numbers already gone off to them. I'm doing my... But until next time... I'm gonna bid you all a good night and Merry Christmas. Until next time, cheery bye. Or cheery, cheery, cheery bye.